Can you hear the bell? Yeah. So, very good. I suggest we start. Many thanks for attending this Science Technology Committee meeting. And of course, our warmest thanks to our Lithuanian hosts, including our two first speakers, for hosting this gathering. I also would like to welcome our new parliamentarians who are new to this assembly. If you're not familiar with the way we proceed, please do not hesitate to come to me or to our committee director, Brynja, who is always available for providing information and responding to your questions. First, a very brief outline of our agenda. So we'll have this morning a first discussion with our two speakers, which I'm going to present in a few minutes. And then we have three hearings. We'll have a first hearing on research security this morning. Then we'll have a coffee break. A second hearing this morning on directed energy weapons. And then we'll have our lunch break. So that's the two hearings in the morning. And then this afternoon, we'll have a third hearing on financing the future force, unlocking capital for defense innovation. So we have three hearings, one on research, security, one on directed energy weapons, and one on financing the future force. I think that it makes a very good balance on different aspects on science, technology, and challenge that we're confronted with. In the interest of time, you should find behind me housekeeping items. I don't see them appearing there. Housekeeping items on how to organize questions about access to documents, social medias, and so forth. Let's get started with this short introduction on our agenda. And first, we need to adopt the draft agenda that we briefly outlined. Are there any comments on this agenda? Any objection on this agenda? I don't see any, in which case the agenda is adopted. We need also to adopt the summary of the previous committee meeting. So you have received the documents on our previous meeting that took place in Ljubljana in October. Are there any comments on that, on this summary or some of these minutes of our previous meeting? Any comments? Any objections? I don't see any. Therefore, the summary is adopted, and we can start immediately with our panel discussion. So it's my pleasure to introduce our first two guest speakers from Lithuania. With us today we have Minister Edvina Griksas, Minister of the Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania, and Mr. Vytenis Buzas, who is the CEO and founder of Unmanned Defense Systems. So first, Mr. Griksas was appointed Minister of the Economy and Innovation in September 2025. And I believe that not only in economy innovation, but also tourism, you were telling me, is that correct? You're also in charge of tourism? Yes? And so perhaps you'll say just one or two sentences about the Pink Soup. No, well, when I give you the floor, about the Pink Soup Festival, because we're just coming at the right time here in Lithuania. And if you don't know what the Pink Soup Festival is, and what the pink soup, which I didn't know about, will have a very brief introduction, even though, of course, this is not the topic of our meeting here. So prior to becoming ministry, Mr. Griksas led the innovation policy group of the ministry to develop and coordinate the national innovation and technology policy. Earlier, he served as head of the Innovation Policy Division, contributing to Lithuania's strategic direction in research, digitalization, and industrial transformation. He is here to speak to us today on the topic of advancing strength, Lithuania achievement in defense and innovation, and also a little bit about the pink soup. So with this, I leave you the floor, Mr. Griksas, and thank you very so much. We know how heavy an agenda of a ministry can be, and the fact that you're joining us on a Saturday morning, we're very grateful to that. You have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, it's my pleasure to be here on Saturday. This is my actually quite usual Saturday, what I have now. So why Ministry of the Economy and Innovation? In Lithuania, we have this governmental approach. Ministry of the Economy and Innovation, we are responsible for competitiveness in general. And of course, defense and security industry is also part of businesses. It's kind of business, and we are responsible from the first step, from helping business to start, to grow, to develop innovation, to export, and of course to enter the supply chains of NATO and other countries. And security is one of the fundamental conditions of any modern state. It underpins economic stability, societal trust, and long-term resilience. Without security, even the most advanced economies cannot function effectively, and societies become vulnerable not only to military threats, but also to systemic shocks that affect infrastructure, supply chains, and institutions. However, the reality we face today is fundamentally different from what we were used to even have a decade ago. And Lithuania is, as a NATO frontline state, we are exposed to kind of complex and rapidly evolving set of threats. Cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, conventional military risks, hybrid threats. And, as a government, as a country, we have to be faster. We have to find the ways to be not only reactive, but proactivity is the key answer to all the challenges. This is Lithuanian approach, actually. We see ourselves as a hub of innovation in the European Union. And decades ago, we built a lot of technologically advanced startups in Lithuania, and now we see that a lot is changing in this field. A lot of companies which were working in the field of space, optics, optoelectronics, lasers, and other industries now are becoming dual-use startups, dual-use companies, and we see a lot of great results here in Lithuania. And a bit about our defense and security industry. So in Lithuania we have around 100 companies, and I have to emphasize that Lithuania is one of the fastest growing economies among EU member states, with 3% of annual growth. But our defense and security industry is actually booming, I can say for 3 years now. And for even last year, in revenues, our defense and security grew up by 50%. So it's a lot, and we can see that this is the technology that, it has several approaches. Of course, we have to be secure, we have to be resilient, but with Lithuania's historical investment in defense and security with 5.38% of our GDP for defense, we see this also as a, accelerator for our economy. And Lithuania also benefits from strong structural foundations. These include a highly digital economy, advanced engineering talent, and close integration with NATO and EU systems. These elements together create a robust base for continuous innovation. Being part of NATO, we also are part of NATO Defense Innovation Accelerator. Even 2 years ago, we had NATO Innovation Challenge event, which was won by a Lithuanian startup. Yeah, I'm proud of Lithuanian achievements in this field. And our capabilities. So as I mentioned, we have a lot of champions in high technology sectors, and what we see now, we are strong in unmanned systems, in artificial intelligence solutions, in cybersecurity, of course, laser technologies, photonics. And Lithuania, historically, we don't have big companies, we don't have corporations for defense. We are still not building tanks, but we have companies that has no analogs all around the globe. Let's take night vision solutions, let's take targeting systems, let's take drones, anti-drones, and other innovative products. And this is our strength, we are fast, we are agile, and we are one of the most helping countries for Ukraine. And we can see this from our private sector. Our companies, they are just giving their products to colleagues from Ukraine. And it's not only help that is achievement, but to stand strong together, but also our private sector companies, they can test their products. They are always up to date, not only just testing fields somewhere in Lithuania, but drones, anti-drones, other systems, they are tested in the real war. And of course, we are very proud that we are helping Ukraine a lot, and we stand strong together. Other part, as I mentioned, we have a lot of small and medium enterprises here in Lithuania, but Lithuania has one of the best environment for business not only to grow, but for investors to enter the Lithuanian market, and of course with this, the European market. Initiatives like Green Corridor, Investment Highway, it helps reduce procedures for permitting and other, I can say sometimes bureaucratical barriers. Now, what has been taking years to achieve, now, for example, in Lithuania, if you want to build your facility, you can have all the procedures horizontally, and it can take up to 9 months from signing an agreement and having your facility already set up in place. And it's very important because there's a lot of happening around us, and we are also learning from the best practices all around the world. And I have one example. We had this hybrid attack with smuggling balloons from Belarus. And it's not on the shelf product to find a technological solution how to deal with this in a technological way. I had discussions with colleagues from South Korea, from Israel, from United States, from Germany, from other countries, with the champions in the field of defense and security. And there is no decision in this field. So what we started, it was like a pilot project. It's a challenge-based technological approach program, which was built in Lithuania in 24 hours. So we had a completely new program. We secured funding for this, and we showed the best example how public and private sector could work together. So with this program, we received 35 applications from our startups, SMEs, from our innovation ecosystem. And now we are, I can say, in the last steps of creating the technological solution to answer this. And this is, a good example of how in Lithuania government, other ministries are working together. So we have our innovation agency. It's a one-stop shop for businesses. This program was launched by the Ministry of the Economy and Innovation, and Innovation Agency was the implementer of this. But of course, together with the Ministry of Defense, with Ministry of Interior, we created all the, I can say, value proposition for businesses to test their products, to know what we need now and what capabilities we still have to cover. And I see that this kind of approach, where public sector is fast, agile, and works together with private sector, could give us the best possible results to be resilient and to have the most innovative products all around the globe. And a bit more about our defense and security ecosystem. So Lithuanian defense companies export to 89 countries worldwide. And in 2025, exports almost reached more than €500 million. So as you mentioned, this industry grows by 50% every year. And what I mentioned, 23% of our exports goes to Ukraine. So like help, like, our part in helping them to defend themselves. And so Lithuania's competitive edge in defense and innovation is, of course, as I mentioned, technological capability. We are a country of high technological sectors. we have agile companies, startups and SMEs, they can be faster and more dynamic to find the technological answers to challenges that are happening all around us. Coordinated policy frameworks, so other ministries are also involved in this field, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of the Economy and Innovation, and of course strong international integration, being part of NATO, being part of EU. We see that our companies are entering NATO supply chains, working together with other armed forces, and the main message that we invite partners from other countries, from like-minded states to work together. We have a lot of good, even sometimes best practices to share with you. And Mr. Vytenis will tell us more about his capabilities. Because strength is not built in isolation. We have to work together. We have to complement each other. And this is the only way to stay competitive, to stay resilient, and to have the most innovative approach to our defense and security challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Grixas. So there'll be opportunities, of course, to raise questions. Please keep your question in mind, because we'll have a second presentation, and thereafter we'll cover, and this will be an illustration of what Minister Grixas just presented. So please keep your questions in mind, and we'll have a question time after the second presentation. So I'd like now to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Vytenis Bouzas. Mr. Bouzas is now CEO, Chairman of the Board, and co-owner, so owner, CEO, and Chairman of the Board of Unmanned Defense System, UDS. He also co-founded Nano Avionics and served as its CEO, leading the company to become a leading global nano and micro satellite company operating in the aerospace and defense sector. Some of you were present in our visit to Finland. You remember a few weeks ago, and we visited at that occasion ICEYE. He's also producing microsatellites. Under his leadership, the company grew to 300 employees, and so we're very happy to have him here to share his experience with us. And the title of his presentation is How High-Tech Innovation Shape Modern Battlefields, Lessons from Unmanned Defense System. So thank you again, Mr. Bouzas, for being present with us this morning, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you, Minister. My name is Vytenis. I'm CEO of Unmanned Defense Systems. I will switch now, I think, to a bit like micro level, right, company level, in opposed to what the Minister was presenting. Just one word to add. I think Lithuania is in a very good position because geographically we're relatively small country, right? And we always have to think about how we export our technologies and how we are surviving, especially if we want to grow the businesses globally. So we are kind of forced to think about the exports. And if we're exporting, right, so we have to create very competitive technologies. So in general, I think we're in a very good position. And also, well, from the warfare perspective, of course, we are in a very dangerous position, I think, within our neighbors. So my journey began back in 2008 when we started to think about small satellite technologies. And we had interesting experience creating high-tech and going through various investors, having also ESA and NASA within our customers back in the days. And I've been working in this domain since 2008. And back in 2022, there was another step within the growth of nano avionics, and we started to look for the investments. And we were very lucky. The company was acquired by Kongsberg Group at relatively high valuation in this domain. And well, we started what's next. We didn't want it to retire, and we had a main invasion, sorry, to Ukraine that year. So we thought the logic step should be UAVs, you know, because most of us were related to aerospace engineering, and we wanted to make something meaningful. So we started to dig deeper into these kind of technologies. And back in 22, we have fundraised quite a significant seed round because the ecosystem was not that much well polished by then for defense-related companies. I mean, 22 looked really, really different what we have today in this sphere. You know, having so much attention to our region. And yeah, we started to invest. We started to invest into the technologies related to, so to say, so-called full kill chain integration, meaning that from the space sector, right, we had experience to integrate, well, swarms or constellations of the satellites, and we've noticed that similar trends might be transitioning to the UAV sector, where we are launching, very simplistically telling, a lot of UAVs to overwhelm our enemies, right? To overwhelm air defense of the enemy, for example, and to, let's say, adjust a mass of the smart vehicles. So it was relatively easy for us to switch to, UAV technology, and we started to employ similar technological aspects in this domain. So what we have right now, I would say 50% of what we're doing is software related. So smart control, swarming, predictive analytics, of course, it becomes a buzzword, but artificial intelligence integration, you know, helping to make decisions, helping to unload the cognitive stress from the operators, because we see from these days that our enemies are switching into mass attacks, right? So in general, we need to help the operator to become much more effectively. So very shortly what we're doing, on your left side you see a forecaster. So for example, this is a platform to collect the data. After collecting the data, we upload that data into software system which we're developing called Swarm C2. Then we have integration with contemporary battle management systems such as SITAware or ATAC, which is broadly used within allied countries. Then we confirm the targets, task the effectors, and we repeat the cycle until the enemy, well, the threat is eliminated. So long story short, this is the main thing we're doing right now, and this is where the world is going towards. So in general, like this, we put, so to say, human on the loop, where human need only to confirm or to click the box that the target is correct, and this is our mission to go. So in general, this is the core of our activities. These technologies are already tested and well employed within the battlefield. Our company is 4 years old. First, I would say 2-3 years were very, very heavy on R&D because it requires a lot of high-tech involvement, right? And this year, I would say we have finally a breakthrough in business. We have entered different markets apart from Lithuania as a market, of course, and Ukraine. We are going globally, but these are examples from the battlefields and a bit, you know, of the glimpse into this autonomy. So interesting things start there. We have to rethink all of the classical technologies. I mean, no GNSS, for example, no GPS within the front lines. We have to think how to navigate. We have to work very, very deep into the, well, enemy territory, right? 50, 60, 70 kilometers. This is where regular, let's say, mechanized brigade is operating. So these are examples of the enemy brigade level command centers, well, burning after the deliveries of the payloads from the friendly side. And the lower line is how T-72 tank looks like after, again, meeting some of our equipment. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to both of you. So now it's time for some discussion. If you have questions, please do not hesitate to raise your hand, and in order to have our discussion ongoing. Perhaps can you say something about either of you about collaboration within the Baltic countries? Are there privileged interconnections both on your side or on your side with the various Baltic countries? Can you say something about that?
Yeah, sure. I can start from this. Of course, 3 sister countries, Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, we are in a close cooperation in a lot of fields, not only in the innovative field and for defense. Yeah, so we have Baltic Innovation Fund. This is financial incentives for companies that can apply from all 3 countries. And of course, defense and security is also in the picture in this. If I'm correct, like 3 years ago, we even launched a Baltic Earth Observation Platform. It's like a bit of space technology, but it can be used in other solutions also in defense and security as well. So yeah, we are close. You know, we have the same neighbor. We have the same threats. We have the same geopolitical situation. So we understand that we have to stand together. And you know, as I mentioned during my presentation, that there is no country alone that can, you know, find the best, I can say, solutions, technological answers for all the threats. We have to work together, and with Baltic states, we are into this. And from companies level, maybe it ends, yeah.
Yeah, from the company's perspective, we have a lot of cooperation. One thing within our company, a lot of people are members of Lithuanian Rifleman Union, which is, I would say, well, militarized civil organization, defense-oriented, well, you know, volunteers can join. So we participate in various kind of the military exercises within Latvia and Estonia quite often, actually. As a company, of course, presenting our products, because, I mean, these are our markets, obviously. And as a Rifleman Union members, we also participate a lot within various exercises. So the cooperation is ongoing. I would say it's quite close.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we move now to the various questions. And first question from Sven Clément from Luxembourg. When you raise your question, perhaps you can identify yourself for speakers so that they know where you're coming from.
So, Sven Clément from Luxembourg. Thank you very much for your presentation. I would have 2 questions, one for the Minister and one for the industry. First part of the question is obviously, you mentioned that you're trying to do more real-world experience. So one of the challenges we've seen across NATO allies is that public servants and to a lesser extent ministers are risk-averse when it comes to spending public money, which is normally a good thing, but also a very bad thing when you try to innovate. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on how do you balance that where you can't be sure whether what you're spending on will actually achieve what you want it to achieve. Are you willing to take risks? That's, in short, the question. And then for the industry, well, you're a perfect example on how exposure to the Ukrainian war has shown a tremendous impact on research and development. Now, when we were on our recent trips, one thing we've always been told is we go to Ukraine to test what we can't test at home. Have you had the same experience that testing your tools in Lithuania is much more difficult than going to Ukraine to test and then confirm your findings and then bring that back into a research and development lab here at home? Thank you.
Thank you for a question. Actually, it's a great question. I have this, my background is innovation, and sometimes for me it's a bit difficult because I love to risk with initiatives and experiments, but the public sector is not always very, open for this. And I always repeat the thought that I heard in one of the biggest tech companies, that we are not angry with the fails. And it's a saying, if you don't fail, it means that you hadn't reached your peak moment and peak capability. Of course, there's a lot of room to improve in Lithuania, and we have this sandbox approach to our other technologies, like fintech sandbox, which was a success in Lithuania. Do we have colleagues from UK? Yeah, we have. I remember I had a discussion with my colleague from UK, and he was like, "You Lithuanians, you took our initiative and you done it in, I guess, 10 more times better." Like, sorry about this. 10 times faster, yeah. So now in the field of AI, we also launched AI sandbox, regulatory sandbox, and now we are working with other part of sandbox, which helps to create new products. This goes together with our AI factory, which we are building now in Lithuania. And the next steps are biotech sandbox and, of course, Miltech sandbox. Miltech sandbox, it's the most difficult because we have to prepare a lot of infrastructure for this. Yeah, you can test something, in the digital field with digital twins or anything like this, but in Lithuania we still have some challenges. But of course, I'm very thankful that our armed forces, they are open for industry to test their products in their facilities. So we are improving in this. And I guess I can say that in Lithuania we have this mindset of risk, of understanding the risks of being innovative, because for Lithuania, we are a small country, we are open economy, what we can offer is high technology sectors, innovation, and for us it's very important to be in the supply chain. So I guess we have a good direction for this.
Yes, and my part of the question. So I would say the answer contains two components, right? So first component, the speed of the, let's say, test results or experience in Ukraine. Let's say the absorption speed within different organizations might be a bit different. Industry is the fastest one. Then we have Rifleman Union, which is also very fast. Armed forces, of course, they cannot travel that much and, play a bit because they have very certain rules, how to go into the country which is war fighting at the moment. Of course, then we have political level, which travels a lot there. I would say in general, the situation is quite good. Absorbing the experience and technological experience. From the industry perspective, we travel a lot, to Ukraine. For example, last year, our operators and instructors spent more than half a year in all of the directions, starting with Chernobyl, finishing with Odessa. In Ukraine, of course, we are met like brothers, no questions. We help, we participate, interesting stuff there, and those guys which fight on, they're really open to share, to speak. We send them our equipment, we go to test with them. They give us feedback, what do they want. It is really hard to recreate similar conditions not by the front line, because we have to admit the electronic warfare systems on our enemy side is quite advanced. So the real thing is to go there and to test your equipment, because I mean there are a lot of components, cognitive load of the operators, and finishing with the electronic warfare systems from the enemy side. You cannot recreate, or it would be very, very hard to recreate similar conditions, you know, within Lithuanian military ranges or Latvian or Estonian or elsewhere. So.
Thank you very much. So we have 4 questions in order, the UK, Germany, Iceland, and European Parliament. So we go through them.
Maybe we do 2 at a time?
2 at a time? Okay, we'll try we'll take 2 at a time so that you can answer in a bunch of 2. And first, Mr. Jones from the UK.
Hi, Lord Beamish from the UK. Can I thank you very much for your presentation? You've mentioned that a lot of the innovation is in small companies, and the problem that small companies have is their access to capital, and startups are notorious for difficult to get that capital. What's the ecosphere in terms of capital available in Lithuania for those small companies? And once that they've established a product or system, how do they scale that up in terms of attracting more investment to ensure that it grows?
Okay, that will be the first question. And then second question from Germany.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you very much for the excellent presentation on the question of innovation. My name is Eva Högel from Germany, and I used to be Parliamentary Commissioner for the Armed Forces and now Minister of the Interior in Bremen. I have a question on the obstacles or challenges you face. So you showed us the way of innovation, and you are an excellent example facing the situation we are in to defend freedom, democracy, security, and peace. But are there any obstacles? If yes, what kind of? So I think about regulation, for instance, law, the situation in European Union, or finance, which was mentioned already, so getting enough capital. Thanks.
Thank you for our questions. About capital, in Lithuania we have governmental mechanisms for this. We have a national development bank, it's called ILTE. It's under the Ministry of Finance, but Ministry of the Economy, we have our, I guess, biggest financial part in this. And 2 years ago, we launched Mil Invest Fund. It was like a pilot project with 13.5 million euros. Now, in the next month, we are launching the Mil Invest Second Fund. It's like 40 million euros for companies to apply for, but it's not enough. It's not enough. But you know, when speak about defense and security technologies, about dual use technologies, we had this instrument 1 billion euros for technological sectors, which was mostly being used by other technological companies. You know, in Lithuania, we have this challenge of investors. I can say Lithuania is quite a small country, and my job, government's job, is to attract more investors from other countries to know more about Lithuanian innovation ecosystem, to invest into companies, because we can see a lot of good examples. And about obstacles in general, we have really close discussions with our ecosystem, with our associations, with our businesses. So I can say the main. So financial part, then R&D spending. It's still not the best part of our agenda, I can say. Testing infrastructure. And what I hear from industry a lot, procurement policy. With the with the capability for armed forces to try the production and then to buy in a bigger amount of this. But Mr. Vytenis knows it better from his perspective.
From my perspective, I would break this question into 3-4 subcomponents, right? As a company being established here in Lithuania, I have very good conditions for the seed phase. I mean, it's a lot of smaller or bigger, quite brave funds, you know, to help initiate the business, right? So-called seed investment phase. The seed investment amounts are already quite okay. I mean, like 1, 2, 3 million, something like that. So in general, it's a very good for the start. Then I grow the company, right? I do R&D. I work with the end user, you know, with the guys which are on the ground. They accept my product, and then I have to enter the scale-up phase. Here I have a bit of the problem being here in Lithuania, because this phase is called, from the venture capital world, a valley of death, right? I have spent my seed investments. I go through the transition into the industrialization. I have initial contracts, but I need cash, you know, to accelerate. So I'm not yet very well industrialized as a company, but I no longer a early stage seed, right? So at this point, I need to get the contracts. If I get the contracts, ILTE right now is a perfect tool. I mean, our colleagues from elsewhere are really jealous, because we have this operating cash loan ourselves as well. It was almost 5 million, and it helped a lot. We've got the contract, let's say from MOD, elsewhere, and then we have preferential loan from ILTE to fund that, you know, operating cash. That's perfect. But I have a bit of the problem in between. It's okay, let's say in our case, an unmanned defense systems case, because we have got as a co-founders, you know, we've got some resources from selling the previous company. But in this period, I would say some maybe more tools would be preferable after the seed phase, until I get the first bigger contracts. But I mean, I'm here within this business for already like 15 years or so, and I would say the situation have improved drastically, and the ecosystem in Lithuania is very well. But you know, as always, as in the real world, and every stage of the company's development, you have different problems, but in like 99% of the cases, it is cash related. So.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll then take another 2 questions, and first from Iceland, and I have the pleasure to give to our colleagues who comes back to the session, Fridbertsson, and then European Parliament. First, Mr. Fridbertsson.
Yes, thanks, Chairperson, and thank you for great lectures to the speakers. I was just thinking about what has been happening. This committee had a report 4 years ago about future warfare. And at that time, we were just thinking about the drones in the future. Then the Ukraine war started, and this has all been accelerating a lot, as we know. And also, it was very interesting to see in the Persian Gulf in the last 3 months what happens there with the drones, and maybe how ineffective the defenses concerning drones still are, even in advanced area that we thought was going on in the Persian Gulf, the states there. So I would just think about, you know, you mentioned also the GPS jamming and spoofing, jamming thing. You know, and we've been seeing in the Ukraine about with fiber cables, almost 60, 70 kilometers. Incredible to watch this happening. If you could just, you know, a little bit tell us about what you're doing about the jamming thing. How is your work doing on that? And the other thing, how effective are the systems today to shoot down the drones? And how is the acceleration of the systems working, you know, percentage-wise, the change? And how do you see this, what will be happening in the next 2, 3, or 4 years concerning the technology of the drones? Because at the moment, everything is about the drones. They're cheap, and they are quite effective. And so I think many of us are quite worried about what can happen in, for example, Western Europe and Eastern Europe, of course, wherever, with the new systems and how this will evolve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And regarding the second question, of course, we'll have it will be related to our second hearing on directed energy weapons. But before we come to answers from our speakers, I'll go to European Parliament. If I'm not mistaken, no, you're not from the European Parliament? No. Okay, but I'll let you introduce yourself then.
Thank you so much. Catherine Hay, I'm a senator from Canada. And my question, first of all, Minister, I really appreciated your comments. Strength is not built in isolation. Partnerships do matter, and Canada is a strong partner, so thank you for that. My question is around the defense technology. And you mentioned, Mr. Buzak, around data moving from platform to cloud, I believe. And so my question is regarding sovereignty, data sovereignty, and your approach in particular around critical Tier 1 defense data. How do you protect your data from risk?
Take that one. Okay, so we'll take a third question. I'm sorry for the mistake. A third question from European Parliament, and then we come to answers.
Dear Chair, it's not a bad mistake. I welcome Canada, member of the European Union. It's a great thing. It's a great thing.
Indeed.
Thanks also to our host nation speakers. Two questions. One is about the critical components. I think it's a big issue in industrial base. How we can, in Europe, and especially in European industry, reduce dependence on non-European suppliers in critical components for unmanned systems, and should we do that? What do you see the critical points? And I think also Europe has demonstrated strong innovation in unmanned systems, but fragmentation remains still a little bit challenged. What concrete steps should be taken within the next 3 years to create a truly integrated European unmanned defense system? And who was asking this is MEP Kilonen from Finland. So nice to be here in the neighboring countries. Thank you.
So quite a few questions. I'm not sure how you share these questions.
Okay, colleagues, now I will try to recall the questions. First of all, electronic warfare systems and resilience. I would say first thing is we have to understand that we are in the dawn of the drone technologies, of the UAV technologies. Sometimes it might look scary, but it happens in the warfare so that we kind of climb the ladder, right? We have a equipment, then someone creates counter equipment, then we create better equipment, then counter equipment, etc. And we go, since I think like this, since the main world wars which were the main drivers of some certain technologies like internet, like rockets and missiles and jet engines and many things like night vision, like optics. A lot of such things were created exactly during the conflicts, the larger conflicts, because these are the drivers, right, of some equipment development. At this point, I would say none of the systems are 100%, safe or can protect us 100%. It happens that, it's we have to incur loss on either side. I mean, there is no absolute solutions for such things. I would say anti-drone systems are becoming much more effective. Again, we have to keep in mind that the new ways of war fighting using cheaper UAVs like FPVs, right, is very, very new. But the technologies are there. I mean, in Ukraine, we have a lot of examples of counter-UAV, electronic warfare systems, of kinetic systems, of drone interceptors, etc. So I would say at this point we have to be calm and develop further. It will take time. Of course, it will take time, and of course we have to be quick. I mean, it's a process. Now, speaking about the data sovereignty. Well, there are different layers to protect the data. The lowest layer is the equipment layer. So we do use some certain encryptions, military-grade encryptions like AES 256, for example. You know, there are some certain things, how to encrypt the data, how to encrypt the memory, how to encrypt the communication. At the higher level, I would say systems like Microsoft, like like Google systems. I mean, they are well prepared and well protected to use at the company level. I mean, again, I'm speaking from the industry perspective, but of course, data protection, simply office entrance protection, is a problem, and we have to train the people how to react when sitting in the bar, someone asks, you know, what are you doing? Maybe you work with warfare technologies, etc. We have a lot of situations like this here in Lithuania because, of course, of our neighbors. They work here. They want to understand how our industry is being developed. So, of course, we have to be very, very mindful about the data protection from different angles, different layers. And the third question, I think.
Critical materials.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can add on critical materials. So I see this more like, you know, not in the just European way, because now we are in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, so NATO countries, European countries, like-minded countries should work together, and we can't let ourselves to isolate, as a colleague from Canada mentioned, and what was in my opening speech in this field. Yeah, of course, every country, every union should build their own capacities in the field, but we have to be open for like-minded countries to work together, because this is the way how we can be stronger and more resilient.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? I don't think we have questions left. No?
No time left.
And no time left. Oh, okay. But maybe we have time. Yes.
One question.
So on a lighter tone, let me ask then a question, right? On a lighter tone to our Minister of Tourism. Can you tell us something about the Pink Soup Festival?
So, who is visiting Lithuania for the first time? May you raise your hands? Oh, it's like 40–50%. So, yeah, you are. There's no better time to visit Lithuania like this weekend. As a Minister of Tourism, it's a bit off topic for this NATO Assembly. Now we have Pink Soup Festival happening all around the city, and main events are happening just like 500 meters from the Parliament. So I sincerely invite you to feel it, to visit if you have time, even half an hour or 1 hour. So Pink Soup Festival, we have this national dish. It's like called beetroot soup, and it's very pink. I don't see this kind of pink here, but you see it, a lot of this pink color all around the city. So please visit the activities, try the soup, and come back to Lithuania, not only as a NATO Parliamentary Assembly members, but as a tourist as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you to both of you and for this fruitful exchange, and we wish you the best for your ongoing work, of course. We can then move to our first hearing. Next point on our agenda, a hearing on research security. And therefore, I would like to welcome our acting General Rapporteur, Stuart Anderson, who will join me here, I believe, from the UK, who will give a short introduction. Following this, we will hear from Dr. Ulf Ehlert, if Dr. Ehlert can join here as well. Ulf Ehlert, who is Head of Strategy and Policy at the Office of the Chief Scientist at NATO Science and Technology Organization. So I'll start. If you find your...
So Stuart has to have a restroom break. He will be back.
Oh, okay. We'll take a few minutes then. We'll just do a very quick break and then we'll start our hearing. We'll take a 2-minute break.
This is nice. And yeah.
Well, I suggest we start again. We've lost some of our attendees. Yes? Oh, okay. Yeah. Very good.
The dinner bell.
The dinner bell. Okay. Very well. So, as I said, I'd like to welcome our Acting General Rapporteur, Stuart Anderson from the UK, who will give a short introduction. But first, quick words of introduction for Dr. Ehlert before we start. Dr. Ehlert served as the Secretary of the NATO Science and Technology Board for over 3 years and currently is Head Strategy and Policy. In this capacity, he has actively involved on NATO's discussion on emerging and disruptive technology from the onset, mainly focused on translating NATO's renewed emphasis on technology. He has led the staff work to develop the NATO science technology strategy endorsed by Allied Defense Minister in June, just about a year ago. So, to start the hearing, I now give the floor to Stuart. Stuart, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So, dear colleagues, I'm happy to join you here today as the acting rapporteur to set the scene and highlight why research security and safeguarding allied research and innovation is fundamental to all of our collective defence. So across the Alliance, sensitive research and technological know-how are leaking to competitors and adversaries. And this is often unintentionally and without any laws being broken. And in an era of intensifying competition over technologies and allies' increasing investments in defence and innovation, research security failures can have a direct consequence on all of our collective defence. And in the United Kingdom, our universities are classed as some of our greatest strategic assets. And it's for that reason they are also targets by our adversaries and strategic competitors. And I want to share a few examples from my own country. So back in 2023, the then UK government launched an inquiry into allegations that scientists at British universities were unwittingly helping the Iranian regime to develop technologies that could be used to improve attack drones. These are the same Iranian drones that Russia uses in Ukraine and that Iran uses in the conflict in the Middle East now. The same year, a UK university was alerted to co-authors of dual-use research. Co-authors of dual-use research were more affiliated with universities linked to foreign defence institutes. This research did not have control measures in place and thereby exposed a university to compliance and reputational risks. Similar cases are happening across the Alliance, and they demonstrate a diverse range of threats, vulnerabilities, perpetrators, targets involved in research security. In some cases, government-funded research in allied nations is even being conducted in collaboration with China's 7 sons of national defence universities. Universities that develop technology for the People's Liberation Army, the PLA. I think we can all agree that we don't want our public or private money, for that matter, to unwittingly fund PLA military technologies. But it's not only about the government-funded research. So much of our innovation and know-how sits within the private industry, as we will hear on regular occasions. These are from startups developing sensitive technology to well-expanded businesses. Suddenly, a radar startup or a counter-drone software company operating out of somebody's living room is a vulnerability. And without more resources and information from governments, we risk an increase in damaging leaks. The UK Parliament and government have taken steps to strengthen and to fund research security efforts, but we must do more to safeguard our innovation. And as we all rise to the moment when the world order, as we know it, is in crisis and technology can shift that dial very quickly, we must ensure our defence investments are not inadvertently transferring knowledge to our adversaries and strategic competitors. I am particularly thrilled that we are, for the first time, drafting our report and recommendations to allied legislatures in sync with NATO's first research security policy, allowing for a novel synergy between our institutions, which I believe is key. And I look forward to Ulf's comments and the opportunity to ask questions. I'm sure there will be many. Ulf is Head of Strategy, as we have heard, and Policy at the Office of the Chief Scientist at NATO HQ, and has been at the forefront of NATO First Research Security Policy. His comments will then inform our final version of our report. Thank you. Ulf, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. Very well introduced, and I share the thrill. It's the first time that we do it in this level of jointness, and it's the right moment and it's the right topic. So what I will share with you in the next couple of slides is a bit of the background of what NATO is doing, so what the NATO policy for research security is going to entail. But I won't go too much into the concrete details. I'll give you a bit more about what's the thinking behind it, and we'll end on a few considerations that we struggle with dealing with in NATO, for obvious reasons, that are more in the area of lawmaking. But it all starts out from assume, and I think it's a fair assumption still, that NATO allies and like-minded partners still retain scientific excellence in their scientific research, development, innovation ecosystem. What we have to realize then is that today we ask that ecosystem basically 3 different questions. And that little fellow with that little question mark really has a problem. As a researcher, you're being told, well, rapid adoption is it, go faster. Fair point. And we heard in the previous briefings. At the same time, dual use technology that is not predefined as civilian or military is the key source of a lot of innovation that doesn't come out of defense labs any longer. Equally, science diplomacy is still a tool that we want to use. And then lastly, research security is maybe the latest addition to the mix, but this is a formidable trilemma that we need to deal with, and there's no simple one-size-fits-all. Now, this is an abstract notion. If you want to put that in a little bit of a picture, and I do recommend a visit to Trakai if anybody has the time for it, if your research ecosystem is a little bit of an island, assume as such, then from a research security perspective, you want to make that rock solid, right? You want to protect it. And if you go to the extreme, you don't want any bridges. That's the safest way to not leak anything. Well, if you take dual use science diplomacy, then you want to be open, more open. You want to build lots of bridges. And oh, by the way, that's the nature of the scientific enterprise anyway. And then lastly, if you think about rapid adoption, that's a different type of bridge. You don't need 2 ways. You want an 8-lane highway out of it, 1 way. Which means these are conflicting objectives. And they can't be solved all at the same time with the same solution. So the question is about what are the right bridges, and probably we need to be very adaptable there. When we started the conversation in NATO, which was really driven out of the strategy that defense ministers adopted last summer, we knew that we needed to do something about research security, but we weren't entirely certain at that moment in time what's NATO's particular perspective in it. So we started consultation and discussion with other international organizations, namely OECD, of course, the EU, and G7 then under Canadian leadership. And out of that we learned 2 important things, reassuring, I must say. First, NATO with its focus on deterrence and defense is a good complement to what's happening elsewhere, recognizing that almost everybody else takes research security very predominantly from an economic security perspective. And that's a challenge in the nations, naturally. Secondly, NATO has, through more than 70 years of research collaboration under NATO auspices, a very solid foundation of established networks, trusted networks, tried and tested processes. I wouldn't say that we start on a high, but we don't start on a low either. We are not from scratch, we are pretty far advanced. Then context, research in NATO is a very diverse reality. I won't get you through the alphabet soup of NATO acronyms and all the different types of entities that exist, but the depiction on the right-hand side there is basically saying within NATO there's a large number of entities that have some dealing with one form or another of research. Centerpiece is certainly NATO Science and Technology Organization, but we work, of course, closely with the military Allied Command Transformation first and foremost. Of course, we work very closely with the armaments branches and the industry participation there. Defense planning is a frame around all of that. Innovation, in particular, Diana and the NATO Innovation Fund. All things digital, the cooperation with intelligence, and science diplomacy not last. There's an awful lot. They all have different roles, different mandates, they all exist for reasons, and all of that wants to be coordinated. And rather than giving you a full list of everything, it's more important to think about how we cluster this environment into big boxes. We simply identified some entities, few, actually conduct research in NATO. most prominently Center for Maritime Research and Experimentation. Others, considerable number, fund research. And those are very different questions from research security perspective that they have to think about. Yet others simply facilitate research collaboration. And anybody on the, for example, policy-making, decision-making side is at least one way or another an exploiter of research. And that means research security questions have to be answered specifically for each of those types of entities. The research conducting, research funding, they have transactional relationships, which means contracts are a good vehicle to implement certain rules. Whereas research exploitation and research facilitation do work differently. I won't get into all the details there, but as an overview, the goals that we pursue with that policy that is, knock on wood, hopefully agreed by Council this July, let's say end July, that's the target. Two types of goals. One is prevent collaboration with the wrong people, and secondly, minimize risk of leakage. Those are the obvious things. Less tangible, but even more important, because that's the long-term sustainability of all of it. Raise awareness amongst researchers about the importance of research security and the importance that NATO places on research security. And all of that needs to build on a cultural shift, on a mindset change. Recognizing that we can make two cardinal mistakes. We can do too little, and we can also do too much. On the mindset, I know, by the way, what we will do with this policy is we wrote it in two pieces. The first one is public release as a strategic communication tool, and the second one remains UNCLOS. Clearly, we need to frame research security as a shared responsibility for NATO staff, as well as the national researchers participating in NATO research activities. It must be organically integrated, otherwise it doesn't succeed. Importantly, and that's a framing, that's a narrative element, it's an enabler. We must understand research security as an enabler to the trust within the network. It's not an obstacle to prevent collaboration. It's not meant or intended to curtail international collaboration on defense research. It's the perimeter control that enables trusted cooperation within. And for that, we need to encourage early conversations when somebody sniffs a problem, that somebody knows whom to talk to. It can be national authorities, or for collaboration in NATO, the right people in NATO. Overall, we must be able to learn from mistakes, because as Stuart said in the introduction, it's in most instances not malicious, but we must stop being naive. And then lastly, building on national best practice and complementing national initiatives. Allies have told us very clearly, whatever NATO policy is, it must safeguard national prerogatives. Obviously, we will do that. So it's about complementarity that we need to get to. Last slide. Some considerations also as an invitation to discuss. Of course, research security is a whole of government responsibility. And you can talk to any kind of branch of government in any kind of allied country. Nobody owns it entirely. It's always a coordination requirement. But the national solutions who holds the coordination responsibility are, of course, amongst 32 allies, pretty much 32. So, and rarely that responsibility for government-wide coordination of research security questions, to touch on science, on research and development, on innovation, on economics, and on defense, rarely that responsibility sits with either the Ministry of Defense or the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, the two main intervention points that NATO would have with national governments. So the question always is, make sure that there is somebody who does the coordination, and that somebody does the coordination with Defense, too. Because, as I said before, defense is not the same as economics. On defense, we want to collaborate. On economics, we are sometimes in competition, and we simply have to recognize that reality. Resources. Money is important, but not alone. Leadership is equally important. Leadership attention is probably the most important, continued attention. And then comes the question around workforce. We can't leave the research security question to the what I call frontline researchers. It must be easy for them to get it right, but they need somebody that they can talk to. Where does that somebody sit? Can be the intelligence services, can be in a Ministry of Interior, can be in the armed forces for certain purposes, but it must be clearly identified and easy to find. And then it's all about connections. Researchers, when they do work in a NATO context, need usually to provide some form of clearance, so the coordination research into security is usually in place. The same is not automatically the case when it comes to questions around intelligence and whom not to work with and whom not to work for. So there's most likely a requirement for stronger relationships. And then lastly, two elements of strategic communications. I mentioned we write the policy in such a way that at least the first part of it, which includes, for example, elements on research security versus the freedom of research. Why is research security permissible and necessary? Is part of that writing. So there is an element that needs to go to the general public. All the taxpayers do need to understand two things. We are under some form of threat. There's a requirement to protect research. And secondly, government is on the case, NATO, of course, as well. That's the general public conversation that needs to occur. And of course, at the same time, there is a requirement to inform, motivate, and incentivize the research community as well. Again, not against malicious intent, but making them to want it, to get it right, and making it as easy for them to do it right as possible. And I think with that, yeah, I think that's a better slide to stop on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll come to question, and I'll first turn to Stuart. Let me just mention here that, of course, we have a report that is being drafted for the moment on research security, and this session here and the discussion we have and the question that you raise also are a source for having an evolution of this report, which will come to our annual session in Berlin this November. So it's important to raise the questions and to have this report with additional information. But first, I'll go to Stuart for questions.
Yeah. Delighted to ask the first question. As the committee within NATO Parliamentary Assembly for Science and Technology, we're always going to be potentially ahead of the game. So if we're looking at a report this year on research security, as well as NATO doing that, and you spoke on strategic communication, in our constituencies, I believe the general public are nowhere near this space at the moment. How far behind do you think they are? Do you think they will ever understand and get to the level we need them to? And what can be done to move that forward? Because if I go to an agricultural show at the weekend and I'm talking on research security, it's not landing locally and people don't see it as an issue, or it's always been an issue and it just is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very fair point. I don't think, when I say general public, it's not 83 million Germans. It's a smaller subset of that. It's the people interested in research and the people potentially concerned over, again, NATO world, overstretch of the defense sector on stuff that defense shouldn't mess with. And I think that's when a good counter message, an honest message is required to say it is absolutely for defense to think about that, because defense is there to defend science. And at the same time, science needs to defend itself as well. So it's the story against a very unlimited reading of the freedom of research that needs to be conveyed in instances where these questions come up. To be said with resolve, freedom of research is a dear principle, but it is not sacrosanct. Scientists do not cooperate freely with everybody under any circumstance. They have their own rules. That's fair. And defense is not imposing anything in addition. It's just highlighting the requirement. And I think it's that message that needs to be carried. But yes, on a farm show, that's probably the wrong topic to bring forward.
Thank you very much. Perhaps I can also ask a question as a as a former still academic, since I was the rector of a university for 10 years. And so the example that Stuart came with are examples that I was sort of also confronted with. Academics, of course, on these topics often within university have a somewhat naive approach, and they may not realize the world they're working in. And they work by publication mostly. So, of course, you may put constraints on who you're talking with and who you're collaborating with, but then there is also the question of publication. So could you comment on publications? Because, of course, publications are widely available and there is no constraint. So what do you advocate here, and what are the ways this is being handled among NATO countries?
Thank you very much. We're not advocating that publication, the currency of scientific lifeblood, is curtailed. The thinking needs to occur before. The thinking really needs to occur at the initiation of a cooperation, to say, can I work with those people, can't I? For which reasons? And I would always say, if a researcher knocks on my door to say, I do want to work with University, one of the 7 sons, on XYZ, because the topic is so very interesting, that I would say, go ahead if you want to do that. But then please don't come back on that same topic anytime soon if you also want to work in defense. There's got to be a cool-down period in between, and so on and so forth. It's not a door that somebody goes through to never return. It's important to make these decisions, and that's where it gets difficult and complicated and cumbersome, case by case. So publication is, of course, the key of everything. Otherwise, we would have secret knowledge, and that's not exactly humanity's progress. We may need to think about patenting that is potentially classified. Possible, not for everything, but for certain elements. We may need to think about journals for defense research that are classified and not exchangeable freely, but under certain constraints. That's plausible. It's not that we are advocating that today from NATO. It's not that we are advocating that as a concrete measure, but it is absolutely thinkable. From my perspective, the important piece is to think a bit differently. So the mantra of let's not be naive is itself a naive statement. We need to deal with the complexity and find solutions. Previously, it was pretty much black and white and predominantly white. Now we have to live with the gray and handle it.
Thank you very much. We then come to questions. We'll have questions from Luxembourg and Lithuania. Please let yourself identify if you have questions. We'll start with Luxembourg.
Thank you very much up front here. So we now spoke a lot about research security when it comes to researchers in the university context. But we've also had in the past very credible reports on researchers and engineers at companies being actively targeted, mostly by the Chinese services, to attend conferences in China that were made to measure for them to feel valued and extract as much knowledge from them as possible, including malicious interference with their computers, because part of what researchers do, if they are being told not to speak about something, they normally download the whole deck and then delete the slides that they are not allowed to talk about, which then means that research security goes far beyond what we heard earlier, not to say in a bar where you work, but it also goes far beyond only the university context, which by default always was much more open, but now targets very specifically those researchers in companies. How do you think can we still do research with, and you mentioned it with the bridges, how can we still evolve our systems if we at every conference need to be scared that it might be a fake conference just for the benefit of extracting as much data from a researcher as possible?
That's a very smart one.
Not an easy one.
Yeah, but I think that's what we're here for, right? If it was easy, nothing for us to discuss, it would have been solved decades ago. If you take conferences of that kind, if you take, for example, also some think tank engagements, there are engineered scenarios and settings that are very attractive on scientific grounds, that are very flattering for those who are invited and treated like elder statesmen, to actually social engineer them into some situation where they might be very open to talk more than they should. And I think that's a question of vigilance. That's a question of information sharing. It's a question of general awareness. As the third goal, I had listed there the need to ensure that researchers are aware of what the risks are, including how some of those approaches are. We will never be able to perfectly prevent that. We talk about many thousands of researchers. We can't police them. We shouldn't even try. It would be the wrong approach. But it's necessary to raise their awareness of the risks that they are at and the different kinds of cases that occurred. It doesn't have to be comprehensive. We don't intend to threaten anybody or get them overly scared. Just conscious and considerate would be very appropriate. And the cases in the UK are clear. You will all have read the US report, Fox in the Hen House. Devastating assessment. But I praise the US for doing that openly. I would want allies to do more of that, to be simply, frankly, looking in the mirror honestly to see what has happened, assume that that's the tip of the iceberg, and work on information campaigns that make it easier for researchers to understand what those risks really are and how many different guises and shapes the risk vector can have.
Thank you very much. We'll then go to Lithuania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linas Balsys, Lithuanian delegation MP. Actually, my question was asked already by Sven just a few seconds ago. Thank you, Sven. But, I mean, as it comes to the research thing, research could be concentrated within the universities or within the business companies. So there are risks in both areas. So where is the less risk, and how to combine all these two, so to say, branches of research? You know, how should they, or how could they cooperate in the secure way? Thank you.
Completely agree. Risks are in both worlds, and they are slightly different. And because we live in an evolving situation, if we manage to protect one very, very well, then the other is going to be targeted a lot more. So we have to cover all of those perspectives systematically. I would go back to the observation that I took away from conversation, in particular with the OECD. Within NATO, we do have very well-established networks for cooperation that are, again, established, that have bells and whistles attached, so that national participants are vetted by national authorities, that they are okay to cooperate under a NATO umbrella. That's one way of doing things. I think nationally there will always be an interest to have national champions, to be sure that the cooperation between industry and academia within a nation is as seamless as possible. That is less a question of defense, more a question of economic benefit from the national investment in research, but still the argument is valid. I think awareness, and then nationally helping both sides to see from the perspective of research security as an enabler. If you think about security from the get-go, once you get in, it will be a lot more seamless and a lot easier. And I think that is actually an incentive. If somebody has a research topic and it is interested in defense, to say there's a bit of a validation and thinking required on the onset, but after that, nationally vetted, things will become a lot easier. I think there's something that is actually attractive for the researchers.
Thank you. We have then a question from Germany.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Dr. Ehlert, for this excellent presentation. I have a question on the role of parliaments. What is their role in all this, in safeguarding innovation and research and development? Do we need any changes in legislation, or do we need specific new rules to support all this, especially the question on security and safeguarding research and development? And if I may, I have a little second question. As you best know, we have in some legislation, we have a so-called civil clause, yeah, which as I see it, is a restriction for research and development. How do you see it? Thanks so much.
Thank you for both questions. I think on that second one, I had a recent conversation with a think tank in Germany from Frankfurt exactly about that. They had actually done an assessment. They had reached out to quite a number of universities in Germany, including Helmut Schmidt Universität der Bundeswehr, University of the Armed Forces, who until very recently had a clause in their statute that says don't cooperate with defense. You get the point here, right? But the assessment of the assessment that colleagues from that think tank had actually made, reading these statutes with a legalistic eye, so really from a lawyer's perspective, how solid is that statement? They found that in beyond 80% of the cases, it's a question of will and a question of interpretation. They found a smaller percentage that was so rock solid that it would require change in the institutional arrangement. Role of parliaments. Forgive me, this is my first meeting with the Parliamentary Assembly, so I'm not completely familiar with your realities, but walking out a little bit on a limb here. My sense is what we saw in drafting the NATO policy is everything that we wanted to write, and we talk about protecting people, ideas, networks, and venues, has to do with personal data, has to do with physical security, has to do with data security, networks, and so on and so forth. All of that is already established in NATO security policies. There are books about that, as in any national legal framework, but we didn't found holes or empty places. We used this policy writing to highlight how all of the existing actually covers what we want to achieve in research security, which means if we talk to a researcher coming to NATO to explain, here's the number of things that you do have to comply with, we don't need to write new things. We can make it a lot easier now to see here is the list of bits and pieces to think about. And I believe the same reality exists in nations. I would assume that in most cases, legal system is established and comprehensive, but it is probably not easily penetrable from a researcher's perspective. So what is required first and foremost as part of an awareness campaign and also as a tool to give into researchers' hands is translation. Here's the library of national law. That's the one code book that you really need to read. And here's the 2-page summary that makes it easy for you to want to read this. It's essentially strategic comms.
Thank you. We have one more question from Stuart.
Thank you, Chair. With this report, we want to make sure when we get to Berlin we submit the best report that adds value. And we saw that last year with Arctic, space and uncrewed warfare that we delivered, that were all held in high regard. Now, you mentioned that you're not too familiar with some of the Parliamentary Assembly. We tend to pick 2 or 3 reports a year, bring all the subject matter experts in the different countries and get that information out. Now, we're in a short time, in the next few weeks, going to be in Washington and Boston, meeting with academic institutes, think tanks, private companies. What key questions should we be asking them to draw out the information that we need, because they will have prepared for a NATO Parliamentary Assembly briefing. Sometimes we can be told the surface level, but not get underneath. What are those key questions that we should be challenging to draw out that information?
Thank you. That's a really good one. So I need to invert my brain. And I think you're on the right track. What are the questions that you should have asked if you only listen to, if you were to ask them only tell us what you think, you get the surface. So I believe the key elements are, and depending on how aware they are of risk already, the key elements are what obstacles would they be afraid of? So what should research security not be? I mentioned earlier there's a risk of doing too little, there's also the risk of doing too much. If we were to have extremely complicated processes and cumbersome and time-consuming processes for national vetting, for example, that's the end of access to dual use, that's the end of access to startups, that's the end of, or in extreme cases, that would be the end to science diplomacy as well and would undermine the scientific endeavor in its own right. So the question of what not to do, which is a good way of getting a feel for the real level of awareness that they have, because some of those pieces might be excessive and unjustified. So one is that, where could we move into too much? And flip it around. What is the minimum thing that they would expect? What kind of experience have they themselves already made? Are there good stories? That's what I realized out of my now 8 months of consultation with different people on this policy. Narratives, stories, cases. They are always good to understand where problems are and also to illustrate what solutions look like. So use them as a source of nuggets that can help, for example, later on, strategic communication, awareness campaigns, and so on and so forth. You use it really as a source of, I wouldn't say wisdom, but experience.
Okay, very well. I don't think there are any additional questions in the audience, unless, no, I don't see any. In which case, I think we are about to conclude this first hearing on research security. As was said, the report will come at our meeting in November in Berlin about research security. Our next hearing will be on directed energy weapons, and that hearing will be at 11:45 in this room. So I suggest that we stop here and we have time for coffee break. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank again, of course, both Stuart and Dr. Ellert for his presentation and his answer to questions. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's resume now and have our second and last hearing for this morning. We'll have a third hearing this afternoon on unlock capital for defense innovation. But this one here, this hearing that we have now is on directed energy weapons. And again, this will be a report that we'll have, that we'll consider at our Berlin meeting in November. To begin, our subcommittee rapporteur Sven Clément from Luxembourg will briefly set the stage on behalf of Zan Mahnik, who was unable to join following recent election in Slovenia. And after the introduction into the topic, we will welcome our guest speaker for the hearing, Mr. James Black. And I'll say a few words about James Black, who is with us and who will give the speech after Sven's presentation. Mr. Black is Deputy Director of the Defense and Security Research Group at RAND Europe, based in Cambridge in the UK. I was just talking before coming to the session here. RAND Europe has a number of offices at different places. Actually, when you start your presentation, you could say a few words about RAND and RAND Europe. He previously led the Defense Strategy, Policy and Capability Research portfolio in Europe. He also leads the RAND Europe Space Hub and advises the Center for Defense Economics and Acquisition. He has published widely about his research on the future of European and transatlantic defense and deterrence and the impact of emerging tech and threats on strategic competition. His expertise will provide an important contribution to the special report I was referring to, and his presentation is titled Integrated Air and Missile Defense and the Contribution of Emerging Technology, including Directed Energy Weapons. Following these two presentations by Sven Clément and our guest, Mr. Black, will of course have the opportunity to raise questions. But first, I leave the floor to Sven for his introductory remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vincent. Dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to join you all today on behalf of my colleague Zan Manic, who is working very hard to form a new government in Slovenia. And on his behalf, because I have to be honest, I have no clue about what we'll be talking about later. This is very high tech, and I hope that we'll get a lot of very interesting insights in the later presentation. And I see this as continuous education this morning, so bear with me if I'm saying anything stupid. I'm just doing it so that nobody of you has to ask the questions that might seem obvious, but nobody dares to ask. So on his behalf, I'm here to set the scene for the discussions on the topic and outline responding to modern warfare, integrating directed energy weapons into the NATO force mix. What a mouthful. This outline builds on last year's report on uncrewed warfare, which I authored, where we identified several challenges and ways ahead for NATO's air defenses. This report focuses on a key solution we identified: directed energy weapons. No, it's not DEWs, it's lasers, okay? So, modern warfare is changing very quickly. In Ljubljana, we discussed examples of drone incursions into Allied airspace and the role of drones in Ukraine. And these examples continue, and we now also see the major role of drones in the conflict in the Middle East. Adversaries use drones that are cheap, expandable, and easy to produce. Meanwhile, our responses are often very expensive and in limited quantities, spending decades of stockpiles in mere weeks to defend ourselves. We have seen this clearly in recent conflicts where Iran's retaliation across the Middle East included swarms of drones. By the time the US and Iran agreed to a temporary ceasefire, always check the news if that's still current, the US had already used half of its inventory of THAAD and Patriot missiles, the most sophisticated interceptors. This situation is not sustainable. This dynamic has increased the demand for low-cost, agile interception systems where directed energy weapons offer one solution in a layered response. I remember having been to Ukraine a few years back when they also faced the same issue with a lack of interceptors, and their solution was to put World War I guns on pickup trucks and chase after the Shahed drones and shoot them down with guns that have seen not one world war, but 2 world wars, plus a few regional conflicts. So the cheap solutions definitely are needed. Israel sent the UAE a laser system that can vaporize short-range rockets and drones, so a bit more modern than the World War I guns. And these laser systems can engage targets at a very low cost per shot. They can respond quickly and precisely, and importantly, they are not limited by traditional ammunition stockpiles. Several allies have significantly increased investments in directed energy weapons, and today the technologies are no longer only experimental. They are reaching a level of maturity where we must now think seriously about how to integrate them into our forces. However, this is not only a technological question. It is also about policy, procurement, and cooperation. This outline looks at the role of parliamentarians in addressing these challenges. It highlights how parliamentarians can support the transition of these technologies into the force mix through funding, oversight, and stronger cooperation with NATO and among allies. It has recommendations for allies who are already investing in these technologies and those unlikely to acquire their own directed energy weapons capabilities in the near term. Taken together, the changing nature of warfare and the progress of directed energy weapons, this report comes at an important time where we can shape the future of these technologies. So I want to welcome again James Black, who is here from RAND Europe, to discuss lasers and integrated air and missile defense. James, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and good morning, and thank you all for inviting me here today. As has sort of briefly been alluded to, I'm from RAND, specifically RAND Europe. So if you're familiar with RAND, world's largest non-profit policy research organization, we have about 2,000 people, about 1,600 researchers. I'm from RAND Europe, so we have offices in the UK, we have offices in Brussels, we have offices in The Hague in the Netherlands, but we have people from all over the Alliance. Really our work is doing classified and unclassified research for European MODs, foreign ministries, parliaments, and then EU and NATO and occasionally UN agencies. Obviously everything I talk about here today will be unclassified, and I also want to sort of reassure you that I am not a physicist or an engineer, I am a historian. I bring almost no employable skills.
It doesn't reassure us.
But I'm not going to start talking in great detail about particle beams and the like. I'm going to try and focus on obviously setting the context for why are we interested in these new category of weapons, try and give you a sort of nuanced answer on what is the reality of their advantages and their disadvantages if we apply them in the military context. Try and give you a sense of where they are in terms of their maturity, and I think crucially set them in sort of 2 broad contexts. One is the fact that they are not a silver bullet. They do not just sort of magically solve all of your problems, but they can be an important contribution to a layered air defense. So I'll set it in that broader context of other technologies that can also contribute. And then obviously I'll focus particularly towards the end on what can parliaments, plural and in this assembly, be doing to try and facilitate their integration at a pace that is relevant. This work builds on work we've done for various European MODs around sort of integrated air and missile defense and on the contribution of new concepts and technology. It also builds on some work that we've done for the Ukrainian government in the last couple of years. That we published a report, I think, last year that we did for the Ukrainian Ministry of Digital Transformation, looking at how they can and increasingly are integrating these sorts of weapons into their thinking. And I obviously try and signpost that as I go through my remarks. So to just start briefly, and I think probably on the most familiar territory for you all, I'm just going to quickly talk about the changing threat that's driving these requirements and consequently the interest and the investment in this technology. Now, you only need to have turned on the news in the last 4 years or so to see the proliferation and the intensification of air, missile, and drone threats in modern warfare. Now, obviously, none of those are things that are completely new. We've had drones for 100 years. We've had ballistic and cruise missiles for a long time as well. But what we are seeing now, as the previous speaker has alluded to, is the kind of combination of mass and precision. So it used to be that you could either have cheap mass or you could have very expensive, exquisite systems that were highly precise, long-range, accurate, lethal, etc. The reality is nowadays that you can have things that are a bit of both. And so what we're seeing clearly, therefore, is the threat of saturation, of defenses being overwhelmed by the variety and the sheer number of different threats that they face. And if you look at the recent conflicts, not just in Ukraine, but in the Middle East, even in the Caucasus, or of course India, Pakistan, the reality is it's not any single one threat. So it's not just drones, it's not just ballistic missiles, it's not just cruise missiles, it's not just aircraft. It's the combination of them employed in force packages in such a way designed to overwhelm defenses that rely on high-end, exquisite, expensive, low-number systems, Patriot, THAAD, already being mentioned. And which also overwhelm the ability of militaries and governments to bounce back once they've been hit. So that means the industrial base, the economics, and the other things that have been alluded to. At the same time, I think it's worth just emphasizing that the attack surface has changed as well. So if you go back to the Cold War, everybody maintained lots of air bases, for example, across their countries so that you could disperse your aircraft. You probably had a lot more aircraft at that point anyway, but you wanted to be able to spread them out, disperse them so that if there was a Soviet air or even a nuclear attack, they wouldn't be able to take out all of the eggs in one basket. The reality is post-1990, for cost-saving reasons, if I look at my native UK, for example, we have consolidated our fighter force around a very small number of air bases that obviously become really critical targets. And the same is true of critical infrastructure, the same is true of ground segments and controls facilities for satellites. The same is true of our defense industrial base and our factories. So we have also made the attack surface smaller, more dependent, more concentrated, and consequently potentially more vulnerable. And then our doctrine is also, evolving. So if you look at the Russian and before that Soviet doctrine was very clear about the role that they see air and missile attacks playing, not just at the tactical and operational level, but also at the strategic level in breaking the will of NATO to continue fighting. So targeting critical infrastructure, targeting our industrial base, and targeting our population centers and will to fight. This idea of a strategic operation for destruction of critical infrastructure targets, or SODSIT, sounds catchier in Russian, I can assure you. And then similarly, if you look at the NATO way of war, obviously it's become predicated on air power, on integration, on connectivity and networks. And all of these things are vulnerable to the sorts of attacks we're now seeing in terms of air, missile, drone, and other attacks. So crucially, the problem there, the dilemma becomes, how do you deal with that? Because you can't harden everything, you can't protect everything. And as has been alluded to, there is a real problem with cost asymmetry. I think you often, if you read the news in the last couple of months, in particular last few months, you would have seen lots of discussion of cost asymmetry and this idea that people are using, a Patriot missile to shoot down a $100 drone. The reality is not quite that. Nobody's using Patriot missiles to shoot down a $100 drone. And in any case, obviously, if you are using an expensive air defense weapon, you're using it to protect a high-value target that itself, costs a lot of money. You're protecting a ship, you're protecting a base, whatever. But it is clearly unsustainable, nonetheless, for us to be engaging air and missile and drone threats in the way that we are today. We do not have the money, we do not have the industrial base. Even if we had the money, we can't make the stuff quick enough to replenish our stockpiles. So we do need to look at alternative ways of doing things. And I would add there that there's also a broader political and sort of strategic stability dimension to this, which is that we do not want the perceived balance between offense and defense to swing much further in the attacker's favor. Obviously, NATO is a defensive alliance. We do not want to create a situation where someone who is launching an attack with drones, with missiles and other things, can overwhelm defenses quickly, because that only encourages them to strike first. And so there's a broader point there about escalation and instability. So enter directed energy weapons as a potential solution to these problems. Well, what do we mean when we talk about directed energy weapons? I think we've all seen Star Wars, we've all seen Star Trek. Obviously, there's a sort of science fiction perception of these weapons. They go pew-pew, apparently, when you fire them, if you believe Hollywood. And if you're a good guy, you probably have a green or a blue one, and if you're a bad guy, you have a red one. Now, there's a lot of sort of therefore hype and misperception around this, and that includes also from industry, obviously. In the last couple of years, we've seen lots of startups, lots of companies offering capabilities. And to be clear, some of them are very real, very mature, but others are never going to get beyond a flashy PowerPoint. So let's just sort of break it down briefly. You've got high energy lasers and sort of high power microwave or radio frequency. Are the two main kind of categories. So your high energy laser is the thing you're probably more familiar with. So, it's a focused beam of light, not in the visible spectrum, unfortunately, sorry Hollywood, that you can hold on a target for a short period of time, and it will either blind a sensor if you're, for example, aiming it at the camera on a drone, or it will actually fully bore a hole, burn a hole through the wing, through the structure of that target, and cause it to crash to the ground, physically destroy it. You equally have high-power microwave systems. These operate more in the radio frequency. So they are not a narrow beam. They can be a broader beam, still focused on an area, but they are not focused on a point. And they interfere with and ultimately seek to destroy the onboard electronics of what they're pointed at. So again, you can obviously basically fry a drone or a series of drones if they're flying close enough together. Now, this is a sort of extension of things that actually people have been doing for a long time, which is electronic warfare. We've for many, many decades, military forces have had to operate in the context of jamming, spoofing, and other sorts of electronic attack. But those are generally about trying to sort of at the tactical level deceive, or even at the operational level deceive your adversary, blind them, interfere with their systems, interfere with their targeting, interfere with their communications. Directed energy weapons go beyond that and seek to actually destroy an incoming target one way or another, or at least to disable and degrade its capability. So mostly when we talk about their use cases, we talk about sort of counter-drone, counter-UAS is the main one people think about. But I want to emphasize it's also not the only use case. So another one that actually the Russians and the Chinese focus on more in their own writings on this topic, and we've done work looking at how they think about this topic. They focus on them also as an anti-satellite weapon, so one with potential strategic implications, therefore, because if you can be blinding or destroying satellites, you can obviously be taking out a nation's communications, you can be taking out their early warning systems, you can or potentially even interfering with their nuclear command and control systems, inadvertently or inadvertently. So those are the sort of use cases. Well, what are the advantages of these systems? Well, the obvious one is the low cost per shot. So we talked about the cost asymmetry issue. Well, these do not cost you $1 million to fire each time. The UK MOD has been testing its Dragonfire system that you might have seen photos of in the news over the last couple of years. They claim that firing this takes about as much money as turning on a normal heater or a kettle. I'm British, we used making tea as our metric for how much everything costs. It costs about the same as that. So, it's not expensive. These are more like the kind of $10, €10, £10 per shot, potentially, rather than thousands or hundreds of thousands. So they equally have quite quick engagement times. A high energy laser quite literally moves at the speed of light. You do have to focus it on your target for a short period, but you can potentially take out a number of targets and then retask to another target relatively quickly, at least compared to having to replace a missile on a missile battery. They also have scalable effects, so you don't have to crank it all the way up. You can, if you want to, just seek to blind a sensor, for example, which gives you different response options in a crisis situation. And as I mentioned, between high-energy lasers versus the RF DEW, they can also potentially be used against multiple targets if you're talking about the latter category. Crucially also, they give you, therefore, magazine depth. So you're not having to rebuild a missile in a factory every time you fire one. You just need to re-engage. You obviously need the power supply. And you do need to deal with the heating issue, which I'll come on to. But it is an easier burden on the supply chain and the production base. So they give you an additional tool, an additional layer in your air defenses, potentially, the one that's particularly useful for dealing with drones. But there are drawbacks. So these are not a perfect silver bullet, as I've mentioned. Clearly, one is range. So particularly for laser weapons, they clearly rely on line of sight. So you're probably talking 10 kilometers or something. You can elevate them, obviously, which will get you a slightly longer range, but introduces its own problems. And they have variable effectiveness depending on conditions. So particularly things like bad weather, the amount of moisture in the atmosphere, smoke, cloud, sand, those sorts of things. But also actually the conditions that affect the base. So if you have this on a ship and the ship is in bad sea state and the ship is moving around a lot, it is obviously going to be harder to keep that laser on target on something that's moving quickly, maneuvering, and is potentially kind of many kilometers away. So targeting is not entirely straightforward. And then, although yes, these have, these have in theory an extensive magazine depth, it's not quite so straightforward to say that they just have sort of infinite magazine. There are some significant thermal management problems. They generate a lot of heat, unsurprisingly. These things do require maintenance, and they are currently relatively challenging to maintain in the field. And obviously, you need a strong, stable energy supply. So that means, in practice, these are currently quite large. So we're mostly talking about either putting them on ships at the moment or about putting them in sort of fixed bases. So they are immobile, largely. They're not mostly of the size that you can deploy on a small mobile vehicle or an aircraft. That means, obviously, they also become targets themselves. They have quite a large signature, and so your adversary obviously might seek to take them out or just simply to avoid them. The final comment would be to say that whilst they are cheap per use, they are not cheap overall yet. So there are some high upfront R&D costs to producing these things, which obviously the industry would quite like that money back at some point. So that does affect the acquisition costs. So what are some of the barriers to integrating these, and therefore what can some parliaments start thinking about doing? Well, there's some obvious barriers around things like testing. It's not straightforward to find ranges that are big enough in many countries to test these. They obviously can interfere with other aircraft or satellites behind the target. They can accidentally have fratricidal effects. So testing, safety, regulation, legal, those are all difficult. There are some ethical, policy, legal challenges with lasers around blinding in particular, and how that affects things like our obligations under international law. And then there were some broader issues around sort of spectrum management, fratricide, as I've mentioned. So these can be an important contribution, but they're not a solution to all threats all of the time. So what can we do about it? The first thing I think is to say we have to recognize that they are just one tool in the toolkit. They are a new tool. They don't replace all the old tools. So in the UK, the Missile Defense Centre talks about this 5-pillar approach to integrated air and missile defense. So the first pillar is counter-proliferation. So make it harder for your adversary to get drones or missiles or whatever in the first place. Deterrence, so try and persuade them not to use them. Counter-force, so take out the archers, not the arrows. Active defense, which is where things like air defense missiles, but also lasers and directed energy weapons can contribute, but then also actually passive defenses. So if you look at Ukraine, it's having the apps that alert people that there is a drone attack coming so they can take shelter, having the acoustic sensors so you can detect things. So pouring concrete and hardening your air bases so that if they do get hit, they survive 1 or 2 hits. So there's a broader layered approach that is necessary, and directed energy weapons can and should be part of that, but they do not solve all of the problem. So what can parliaments do? Well, they can obviously help in funding and in challenge and oversight and asking tough questions of your MODs and your armed forces in the way that you all already do. I think there are also a lot of work that can be done to encourage things like regulatory changes to enable testing. I've already mentioned that test ranges is a huge problem, and that actually can be a contribution that countries can make to each other as well. If you are a country that has a large range that you can test these things in, well, perhaps a NATO ally can come and test some of their capability there. Obviously, procurement reforms to try and accelerate how these things get brought into the force, and then building the supply base and doing that in a collaborative way rather than duplicative way. And crucially, I'd emphasize that not everyone is going to have these weapons. I mentioned, for example, that a lot of them are being integrated on ships at the moment. Well, clearly there are landlocked nations in NATO, so they're not going to be doing it straight away. But even nations that aren't integrating these straight away, they're going to have to learn to operate alongside NATO allies who are. So they're going to have to change their doctrine, their TTPs and the like, the way they train, the way they exercise to integrate this capability. And I would also add to integrate an assumption that the adversary might be using this capability as well. That gets you into lots of broader discussions about, what can parliaments do on air defence as well. So I'll park that. But I think if I have one final takeaway, then it's really just to say that ultimately this also speaks to the need for a broader national conversation within your respective nations about the realities of air, missile and drone threats today. I think our populations have all been somewhat educated over the last few years because of world events that air, missile and drone threats exist. I think people probably still think they happen in the East and far away. I don't think people realize that this necessarily, outside of places like the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, I don't think some of the other allies necessarily fully appreciate that day one of a major war with Russia, these sorts of things are going to be happening to their cities, to their governments, to their air bases, to their critical infrastructure. So our private sectors don't fully understand that, our critical infrastructure providers don't fully understand that, and our populations don't fully understand that. And obviously a big part of the role of parliaments, I think, is to prepare people for the reality of, they need to be thinking about resilience and air defence much more. Direct energy weapons are one part of that solution, but we must not kid ourselves that they are a simple technical fix to this broader social problem.
Thank you very much. So we'll come to two questions, and I'll start with Sven Clément. First question.
Thank you. You are an historian, so I will start with part history and then coming to the question. A few of us might remember, well, for me, from history lessons, the US Star Wars program that they started in the late 60s, early 70s, where they tried to use directed energy weapons in space. And since then, I have a feeling that we focused more and more on drones, ICBMs, and anything else that flies in the atmosphere, but we have lost, as the collective West, the capability or the foresight to look into space when it comes to lasers. And we see that with what you mentioned with the anti-satellite capabilities of Russia and China that have been documented or are suspected. So do you see value for the collective West to invest more heavily in directed energy weapons, especially in space, given that it negates a lot of the issues that you mentioned, location-wise, weather-wise, environment-wise, so that we have a credible deterrence? You mentioned the cost-to-kill ratio. I've seen numbers that with a fleet of a few satellites, you are essentially capable of taking out the whole EO and ISR satellites of a state-level adversary. So do you think that is something we should focus more on, or do you see trends that we are doing it, but it's simply not being talked about enough?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think there's a lot of modern, I think when people think about directed energy weapons, there's a lot of sort of baggage from that Star Wars program in the sort of the Reagan era. I think you're completely right, though, that the focus in the modern era has been on those counter-UAS, the more tactical applications ultimately. But there are, through their use as counter-space capabilities, there can be either tactical effects in space or more strategic effects by taking out some of those critical services, EO, ISR, early warning, command and control, etc., upon which obviously we depend on very heavily on the space segment. But even actually the Russians and the Chinese, less degree the Iranians and North Koreans, obviously. So I mean, I do a lot of work on space. I happen to wear a second hat running the Space Hub in Europe, as has been mentioned, and I'll actually be abusing the opportunity for free food and coffee by talking a bit about space in another committee tomorrow. I will go anywhere for free food. I think the absolutely direct energy weapons have a really important contribution to make, and they are making. So I alluded to earlier, if you look at Russian and Chinese writings on this in Russian and Mandarin, they talk very heavily about both their own investments in those capabilities, but also what they perceive the West to be doing, and they perceive some of the investments in the higher energy lasers, but also broader kind of jamming capabilities, spoofing capabilities, as a direct threat to their space capabilities. Equally, if you look at the policy positions of a lot of NATO allies on the use of direct ascent anti-satellite missiles, so kinetic attacks against satellites, a lot of states now are bringing in moratoriums on testing or even using and deploying those. So if we're not going to use weapons that shoot things down, cause a lot of debris, and potentially cause cascading collisions in certain orbits, because it's irresponsible to do so, and it's escalatory and the like, well, then we force ourselves, obviously, to look more at investing in sort of non-kinetic options, things like cyber, but obviously also things like direct energy weapons. So yes, I do think they have a contribution to make. It's obviously not entirely straightforward on a technical level, like it's still difficult to do. And obviously it's easier to target certain things in certain orbits of certain sizes with certain likely payloads. And largely you're talking about doing it from the ground up rather than doing it co-orbitally within space. But we are seeing investments by a number of, obviously the US, but actually a number of the sort of larger European nations as well who are investing in counter space capability. I think just to finish off my remarks, an obvious gap has been in European counter space capability as well. So the US has been doing space obviously longer than the rest of us, but also just at a scale and a seriousness that the rest of us have not had to do, not least because the US has obviously been contributing a lot of that capability and doing it through things like Operation Olympic Defender, the Combined Space Operations Initiative, Artemis, and other things. Nowadays, clearly there is an interest in burden sharing, burden shifting, and Europeans making a great contribution to deterrence in and through space. And so that's why people like the UK, France, Germany, and the like are investing. Germany obviously spending 35 billion euros. I would love to have 35 billion euros to spend on that in the UK, but 35 billion euros on military space capability, and that does include looking at things like direct energy weapons. So yeah, they're not a full solution, but I think they're an important part of the force mix, and crucially they're one that can be deployed scalably in a more responsible way than direct ascent anti-satellite kinetic missiles.
Thank you very much. We have already a few questions from the Netherlands, Lithuania, United States, US, and the UK. If there are more questions, please raise your hand and we'll add them on that list. We'll start with the Netherlands.
Thank you so much. After this presentation, I think I need to call you, Sven, Master Yoda for everything else what's going to happen. Thank you so much. I'm also not an expert on this issue, but it's really interesting about what could be possible in the near future. My question is about the extensive magazine depth, because I see also in the report it's stated that it's almost there. But as you mentioned, I would say that the availability of energy is the limit. So could you tell us a little bit more about what kind of energy sources are needed to get systems like this with directed energy systems to get them operating, and a little bit more about the energy efficiency at this moment?
Yeah, exactly. So you know, the reality is that these are mostly going to be deployed in operational settings, right? So it's not going to be settings in which you just can hook these up to the national grid. These are situations where either you are in a mobile platform, so a ship being an obvious example. In future, it may be aircraft or sort of smaller land vehicles, but for now, we're mostly talking for some of these bigger systems about quite a large platform that you need. And those were not designed necessarily to account for the extra energy demands that placing these, but also actually things like new sensors, radars, and the like imply. So we designed chips on an assumption that that dates back to whenever they were built in the 1990s, the 2000s, the 2010s. And although they included a bit of slack to assume that there would be growth in the energy demands on the platform over time, I don't think people were really thinking at that point that they're going to be mounting directed energy weapons on them. So it does introduce a challenge, and that clearly is particularly acute when it is a mobile platform, but even if you're talking about like a fixed base, so if you put one of these around an air base, for example, obviously the electricity supply could be interrupted or degraded or attacked in terms of attacks on the grid, either nationally or locally to that base. And then if it's relying on sort of diesel electric generators and so on, then again, those all require fuel to keep them going. Obviously, if we look at operations in the past, so places like Afghanistan, well, a lot of the deaths were actually around, I think a lot of the casualties were around shipping oil and petroleum products in, and then all of the force protection that needs to go around that. So yes, these things have a greater magazine depth than a air defense battery that's got 8 missiles or whatever, and then needs to replenish. But it isn't functionally infinite because there are all of these broader sort of support constraints. Where I think there's a lot of investment, obviously, is improving things like the energy efficiency, as you mentioned, so that you need less power in the first place and get more bang for your buck. But also it's around deployable energy. So there's a number of investments that NATO, STO, but also national governments, Diana and the like, are making in adjacent technologies. So deployable energy, either for generation or storage. And so some of the sort of slightly more out there ideas that would be things like deployable small modular nuclear reactors. But there's lots of less sort of sexy investments in just making batteries slightly better. Renewable fuels, those sorts of things. Some countries in NATO are now actually, just using the UK as it's where I'm based as an example, there is now a defense operational energy strategy. So it is now increasingly seen as a kind of core, a really core part of logistics, but actually a really core part of operational advantage is just, can you get the energy supplies to your deployed forces? Can you sustain them in theatre with less of a supply chain that's going to get targeted? And then obviously on a more platform level, can you start designing new ships, drones, vehicles, whatever, with much greater space, weight and power provision for integrating these sorts of systems, as well as integrating other systems like sensors. So I think it's gone from just being an assumption that the energy will be there, you can just sort of turn something on and it will work, to seeing that as a much more contested part of logistics and of military competition. That's positive. There are lots of dual-use technologies clearly that come into this. This is not something that it's just the military thinking about this. This is vast amounts of money going into energy supply chains, but there is a lot of kind of competition for that. And clearly, just to finish off, one of the big constraints is things like the amount of money pouring into compute and infrastructure, AI, all these sorts of things. There's lots of other things that are competing for some of the underlying raw materials and key enabling technologies. So it's not straightforward.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question from Lithuania.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a pretty boring question in the context of this whole Star Wars situation. But since the topic of the presentation is the DEW integration into a NATO mix, so to my understanding, this should mean first, most certainly, the interoperability and standardization, the common standards among the member states and in general. So the question is, are there any standards for DEW yet? Who is working on that, and how difficult this could be? Thank you.
So I was worried someone would ask me about standards. So I'm not a standards expert, so I can't. I can come back to you with an answer on what the exact standards would be. It's something that they are certainly some countries are working on them, but they're not fully mature. They're obviously not mature because we don't know exactly how to use these things yet. So we haven't set the exact rules. I think there was a broader point also around just doctrine and TTPs as well. So how do you do things like battle space management if you're going to have a joint force, or obviously a multinational force operating in multi-domains in contested battle space, potentially not just now having to worry about deconflicting things like aircraft and missiles and artillery going over into the same airspace, but actually having to think about, well, I'm going to fire a laser. I think it's just at a target a few kilometers away, but maybe there's a satellite behind it that I'm going to accidentally blind or interfere with in some ways. And so a number of governments in NATO, the research labs, for example, have been doing work on both compiling the sort of the tracking databases and so on, so that you can understand if you're going to fire, is there something behind that you might hit, but also actually working on the procedures to deconflict and do that. Obviously, that's talking about high-energy lasers, but similar problems when you're talking about radio frequency directed entry weapons as well. If you're going to be taking out electronics in a certain direction, obviously, if you've got friendly forces there, that's going to be a huge problem for them. And in the same way that actually, even if you just destroy the drones and they fall on your friendly forces, that could be a problem as well. And we've seen that in recent conflicts in the Middle East. So, yeah, there's a huge role for NATO to play. You know, it's probably, as with most areas of capability, NATO is not going to be buying and deploying and operating these things at a central level. It's obviously going to be for the allies. But NATO can absolutely play a role in cohering the approach to standardization, the approach to TTPs and doctrine, and then crucially, I think also, as I alluded to earlier, how you bring these into things like professional military education, training, and exercising, where, again, NATO has a real sort of convening power and standard setting, and curriculum setting, and exercise design role. So I think that's where it's crucial, because this applies to everybody. In the short term, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, nations that are deploying these. It's not going to be 32 straight away, but everybody else is going to have to learn to operate and live alongside those nations that are deploying them, and not be surprised the first time that they see these things used in action.
Thank you very much. We'll go then to Mr. Lassen from the US.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are struggling in the U.S. with some of these same questions. Just want to move a little away from lasers only and from space only to just talk more generally about the counter-UAS. Obviously, in Ukraine, we're learning by doing, and it's hard to sort of get some structure around what we're learning. But in the U.S., actually using the World Cup, hosting the World Cup as an example of how do you deploy counter-UAS technologies into a space, into a venue for defensive purposes to protect, 80,000 fans a game and the teams that are there and the people around. And that requires a massive coordination effort from a state, a local, a state, a federal level. That's one thing, one thread I want you to pull on. Another thread is the example of when it goes wrong. Because earlier this year, El Paso Airport in western Texas was shut down. The Federal Aviation Administration shut this airport down because of the use of a counter-UAS, probably a high-energy microwave, but because they couldn't guarantee the safety of the airspace. So, and this came about because the Pentagon wanted to test this technology, but didn't want to coordinate with the other agencies, and didn't coordinate with the other agencies for the safety of the flying public. The FAA just shut this airport down. It's not a major airport, but it's a fairly large airport in West Texas. The lack of coordination between agencies is a problem, and it just underscores the need for a coordinated approach, an approach that actually the U.S. House of Representatives wrote legislation for. So parliamentarians can identify these problems. These problems might be either seem simple or pedestrian or boring, but they're actually foundational, they're fundamental to moving to the next step. And so what I'm getting at is, rather than talking about this big picture, can you talk a little bit more about like the really boring things that we have to do in order to create the structure so that so NATO or our own militaries or other agencies in our countries need to consider in order to be successful at this, at developing but also deploying the right tools at the right time, as opposed to any tool at any time?
Yeah, it was a really good question. And I mean, there are a number of other examples from recent incidents in the UK and in Belgium and Poland, elsewhere, where Denmark, obviously, where absolutely part of the counter-UAS challenge is not necessarily actually been the technical challenge of how do you respond to the threat. It's been the sort of social side of it, of how do you do that interagency coordination, given the sort of the lack of communication channels that exist sometimes, the unclear authorities, particularly in peacetime. We've had obviously reports of drones around bases in the UK, for example, you would have seen in the last 12 months. The military can't just shoot those down. They could have, but they can't, because obviously that requires a law enforcement response. And then the police do not have the capability that is required to deal with that in the same way. And then there's all sorts of liability issues. If you take out a drone and it falls on someone's house or it hurts someone, how does that play out? Now, in some countries in wartime, that's a bit more straightforward because you have various emergency powers. Although I would add that actually the state of emergency powers across the 32 nations for wartime is itself quite different. So some countries have very mature emergency legal powers and frameworks. Other countries do not. And so I think there's a broader point about just getting that gap fixed. But focusing more on that sub-threshold threat, which I think is what more you're alluded to, I think it comes back to, first of all, just communication challenges. So having proper, robust communication channels, coordination mechanisms between the agencies, crucially having designated people who are thinking about and understanding these things, because you use the example of the World Cup, which is a really good one. Going forward, having someone organizing a major event or someone who works at a major piece of infrastructure who thinks about counter-UAS challenges is going to have to become the norm, in the same way that we have cybersecurity teams now in every institution. But it is not currently, right? I'm sure at the beginning of that process, there was probably a discussion about who do we phone up in the World Cup Organising Committee about this issue? Who is the designated point person? So I think, fast forward 25 years, it would be great to see, thinking about, okay, we need to deal with counter-UAS, become almost like cyber for major institutions. It's just a mainstream part of doing business. It's part of your resilience. It's part of your business continuity planning, and it's mainstream. But we're not there yet. So in the very short term, it's just points of contact, capacity building, and the expertise building for those institutions. It's then the communication channels and mandating those between interagency, which obviously you can do from a legislative lever. And then crucially, I think it's stress testing those. So I would very, very strongly encourage, first of all, sort of paper-based, but then actual practical exercises, crisis simulations to test this stuff, because there's always unintended consequences, right? El Paso you gave us a sort of a good example of that, and then I think absolutely there also needs to be mechanisms for then the authorities, the rules of engagement, and scaling those. So that comes back to political will. There needs to be a political direction that, okay, yes, in scenario X or scenario Y, you can do A, B, or C about it. Give those authorities so that then law enforcement can go and do the things they need, or military can go and do the things they need. Currently, it's not clear how to respond politically in these situations, and so these agencies, military or otherwise, sort of freeze in the face of it. And that comes back again, I think, ultimately then to my point, again, about sort of the national conversation, that there needs to be a political justification, because you need to have also a narrative that if you do use a counter-UAS system, it disrupts normal economic life, or it takes out a drone and it falls on someone and hurts them or whatever. There needs to be a political explanation of why that was proportionate and necessary, in the same way that we have a conversation about why you're using force in law enforcement more broadly. Final comment would be that this is not just public sector, so we're mostly there talking about the challenges of getting government agencies, law enforcement, etc., to work with each other. It's also thinking about the role of private sector, and particularly critical national infrastructure providers. There's a broader question there about the way they ensure resilience, but there are some practical things that you can do in terms of when you are building infrastructure and going forward, you can mandate certain things that would harden it against attack, or would provide suitable locations from which a counter-UAS team could come in and operate. Really basic things like that would go a long way to also hardening that. So there's some really quite unsexy practical things that you can mandate, but I think they go a long way, because I always think about these threats as it's a socio-technical problem, and the reality is there's lots of really well-paid engineers dealing with the technical problem. There's a few beleaguered civil servants somewhere in a dark room with no windows and not enough coffee who are trying to crack the policy problem. So if you can help them out as parliamentarians, I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We move then to Lord Beamish from the UK.
Well, first of all, can I thank you for a very interesting presentation. I don't want to pour cold water on it, though, but what you've described is clearly achievable, and obviously it will get cheaper and more mobile as technology goes on. But the problem is NATO and other nations have the threat now. And I'm old enough to remember the Falklands War, for example, where suddenly we had an issue with Exocet missiles attacking ships. The response to that was the Phalanx gun system. So what other work is being done? So really it's a modern version of what Sven talked about in terms of shooting down missiles. But what is being done to actually look at existing low-cost systems that using modern technology of AI and others in terms of targeting in the short term would at least have more effect and be more cost effective in the threat that certainly the Ukrainians face and also we're going to face as well. And if you look at some of the Ukrainian examples, I mean, they're taking down quite expensive missiles and drones with very cheap drones themselves. So isn't it the issue around targeting and actually making sure that any existing legacy systems can be integrated in some type of incident response targeting systems?
So it's a really good question, and I mean, the short answer is yes, I agree. I mean, the longer answer is absolutely we need to sort of balance investments in what can we do to improve our resilience against air and missile threats in 2026, 2027, if the war is then. With obviously also some of our investments for 2030, 2035. And clearly, there are slightly divergent threat assessments about when a war could come. But certainly I lean on the sooner rather than later side of that. I think the crucial thing is that it largely isn't an either or. But I think where we have seen recurrent problems with capability development across NATO for the last 30 years when it comes to air defense is, first of all, just not enough of it. So, the average NATO soldier has not had to look up since 1990. They've just done their thing and they assume that they have control of the air. That is no longer the world, obviously, that they operate in. But also they have focused, as I mentioned, on high-end exquisite systems for dealing with the high-end threats, which is where you get Patriot and THAAD and all those sorts of things, which are very good at what they do, but it's just not sustainable to use them for all threats. So I completely agree that there are a lot of much more sort of rudimentary but rapid actions that can be taken to significantly bolster the readiness of the forces we have, but also the resilience of the overall force to these threats. We've mentioned Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine is obviously a good example of you do need the high-end threats because you do need to be able to deal with ballistic missiles, some of the cruise missiles, hypersonics and the like. But actually just having the innovation of mobile gun teams, so having those machine guns on the back of a pickup truck, and then having the command and control software, things like Delta, things like AI to obviously do the actual data analytics on the threat vectors in the first place. That is a cheap, rudimentary, but quite effective solution to dealing with a lot of the lower end threats, the slower moving threats, and nowadays obviously things like Shaheds. Similarly, the mass use of acoustic sensors across Ukraine to include everybody's mobile phone having an app that you can triangulate the sound coming from a drone and therefore track it in innovative ways. There's investments in things like passive radar, which are quite interesting. And even just the really basic, civil defense sort of levers that most countries in Europe, particularly outside of the eastern flank, just haven't exercised for 80 years. So having the mechanisms to tell your population an attack is incoming and having them know where to go, those are very cheap. They don't cost you billions and billions and take many years to set up a production line and develop, and field a missile. They are things that can be done quite quickly. But they require the political will to have that honest conversation with people that we're not trying to scare you, but this stuff could affect you, your city, your home, your town. Final thing I would add is just also thinking about those wider passive defense mechanisms. So it's not just how can we better stitch together with targeting and C2 the active defense systems we have. It's also the passive defense. So can we disperse our forces, pour concrete? Concrete's pretty cheap, but can we pour concrete and harden our air bases, things like that. And final comment would be, we also have to think left of launch. So anything we can continue to do to disrupt the adversary's ability to produce and deploy as many of these drones and other things at scale, the better. So that means obviously in the short term support Ukraine because they're using a lot of them against Ukraine, but also there are more things we could do offensively to go after, like Russian supply chains, for example. You're never going to eliminate that threat, but you could at least, if you make it 5–10% less, you combine that with the other actions, you can start getting yourself somewhere. So yeah, it really needs that holistic sort of 5 pillars approach that I was talking about earlier.
Thank you. We come to, unless there are more questions, I think we have a last question from Canada.
Thank you, and I must commend Sven on the study topic. Every time I attend one of these meetings, it's like going to a horror show. To Deputy Director Black, you had been talking about direct energy weapons in space, but said it's irresponsible to think of using space debris to take out a certain orbit of satellite. However, that threat does exist because we do have countries who are adversarial, who would not think twice about knocking out our communications. What types of, is NATO, that you know of, integrating a defense system for our satellites in orbit? Because we do have the space domain that is now part of NATO.
Yeah, so to clarify my earlier remarks, so I was saying that direct energy weapons are actually more responsible to use against space targets because they don't necessarily generate debris. Whereas obviously, an anti-satellite missile that explodes, blows up a satellite. We've seen this with Russian tests, Chinese tests, also other countries, who have tested these things that, you can generate debris that can stay up there for years, even decades, and continue to threaten other satellites. And obviously, if you do that in a conflict and you're blowing up multiple things in multiple orbits, you can quite quickly get to a cascade. And there's this idea of the Kessler syndrome, so this idea eventually you can get to a point where you basically have cascading collisions. You create so much debris that they crash into other things, which creates more debris, and basically you render low Earth orbit pretty useless for a while. So direct energy weapons are a sort of more targeted, scalable, but less collateral damage form of a capability for dealing with space threats. In terms of how do we defend our own space assets, because you say they're completely vital to not just our militaries, but our wider governments, societies, and economies. Again, it's going to be that holistic approach. There are some practical things you can do to improve the defenses of your satellites. Some nations, for example, are now investing in bodyguard satellites. So you have smaller satellites that guard a high-value satellite, and they can do things around it to either intercept an incoming threat or to go see what a nearby satellite that is spying on them is doing and do a kind of close proximity operation, those sorts of things. Obviously, you can also invest more in launch so that you have responsive launch options, so you can get replacement satellites back up in space as quickly as possible if stuff gets taken out. You can invest in interoperability and integration between different services. So, if one ally has communication satellites that get taken out, well, is there, or at least part of the constellation gets taken out, is there a way that you can share share bandwidth and services with some of your allies, or even with obviously commercial services as well. And then I would, there's also a lot of things around just the redundancies, reversionary modes. So if you no longer have access to space services, do your troops know how to operate with non-space-based alternatives? In crude terms, can they use a map if GPS isn't working? Can a missile or a bomb gets to its target if GNSS is jammed? Do they, are there alternative ways of doing communications? Do we have alternative ways of doing ISR that aren't reliant on space platforms, et cetera, et cetera? So there isn't a silver bullet, but I was speaking at this at an event in Amsterdam Thursday about this. We have to get very serious about improving the resilience of our space systems, and crucially doing that not just to deal with the sort of sub-threshold activity we see from Russia and China right now in space, because they're doing a lot of stuff in space right now, but we need to do it at a scale that is relevant to wartime, where a lot of this stuff is going to get taken out, it's going to get denied, it's going to get attacked. And currently, governments haven't really been thinking about space in that way, particularly outside the US, but private sector, commercial space operators certainly haven't. So we need to shift that mindset. And there are things that, you know, at a legislative level, there are things we can do in terms of mandating certain levels of resilience and so on, or investing in certain capabilities. So yeah, couldn't agree more. Space resilience is hugely important, enables everything we do in NATO.
Very good. So I believe this concludes this hearing. Before you leave, just a very few information about forthcoming activities, and then we have a break for lunch. But before then, let's just thank both speakers again. So a few very quick information about our various visits. We had a very interesting visit. Some of you participated. That was in April last month in Estonia and Finland, and that was organized thanks also to the support and the help of Jarno Limnel, who is part of this committee. He's not present in this room, but he's going to join us tonight and tomorrow. So if you have the opportunity to thank him again, please do not hesitate doing so. Furthermore, we have in about a little more than a week, we have a week-long visit to the US, where we will be in Washington, D.C. and in Boston. I believe some of you participate in this visit. Could those who participate in the US visit, could they please raise their hands so that we can see? So what I have, where we have, how many participants do we have? About 20? 40?
39, yeah.
39 participants. So we'll be in Washington, D.C. This will be with the Economic Security Committee, and we'll explore the interlinkage of the economy, defense spending, and technology, of course, technology. We will visit the World Bank, meet with the US delegation, and visit RAND. So if you have questions about RAND, not RAND Europe, RAND US, we'll visit RAND and Amazon also before heading to Boston, where we will visit MIT and defense primes in that area. So that's the visit that we have in June. And then we have a potential third activity, and this is a piece of information here because I don't think it has been said yet. We have potentially a third activity in the autumn, a joint visit along with the GSM to the United Arab Emirates. Of course, this visit will be focused on partnership through technology, but of course it remains at the status of to be confirmed, because of the turbulent situation in the Gulf. So there is no more information at this point, but we'll keep you informed of the potential visit in that would be in the autumn. Any idea of when in the autumn?
We have two TBC dates, one in September, then we have 2 weeks TBC in November, and it's very much going to rely on the situation in the Gulf. As you all know, it's been quite turbulent for the past few months, and it sits on NATO's Office for Security to allow me to take 40 members of parliament to the region, and then also, of course, on our hosts to be willing to take, if there would be any risks, to host us at whatever time that would be. So your secretaries of delegations will be able to communicate the dates as soon as they get confirmed through our intranet. So watch this space, as I would say.
Perfect. Are there any questions about the forthcoming activities of our committee? I don't see any, in which case I believe we can have lunch. We start again here at 14:30, at 2:30, for the third hearing on Capital for Defense Innovations. Thank you very much, and have a nice lunch break.
Thank you. Excellent. Very good job.
So it's 2:30, but we'll wait 2 or 3 minutes, make sure that the other participants are present.
Chairman.
Okay, so I suggest we, well, my neighbors suggest that we start, so not to penalize those who are on time, right? I'm sure we'll be joined by other colleagues a little later. Thank you for coming back for this afternoon session. For this afternoon, we'll have one hearing, which will start soon, on the Capital for Defense Innovation, and it will be our subcommittee rapporteur, Sven Clément from Luxembourg, who will first introduce the report topic and its importance for our assembly. And before then, let me say a few words on our guest speaker, which I'm pleased to welcome here, John Rich, Chief Adoption Officer from the NATO Innovation Fund. You lead the adoption for the NATO Innovation Funds, getting portfolio companies' technology into the hands of end users across the alliance. You work closely with ministries of defense and government across NATO, as well with broad spectrum of industry partners. Also, I understand that prior to joining the NATO Innovation Fund, you spent 3 decades in the armed forces and government. And so we are very pleased to have you with a lot of expertise that will be essential for drafting this year's subcommittee report on financing defense innovation. Again, for this report, as well as for the 2 others that we've discussed earlier this morning, It will be the report in the present initial version will be adapted and will benefit from the discussion we'll have after your presentation. So and the question that we'll have the opportunity to raise. But before then, I'll give the floor to Sven Clément for introductory remarks. Sven, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Colleagues, dear afternoon, good. Sorry, that was my best Yoda impression I could come up with on short notice after having been called Yoda this morning for talking about lasers. It is a pleasure to join you again as rapporteur this time to set the scene and discuss the importance of our work on financing the future force, unlocking capital for defense innovation. I know it's more boring than lasers, but without finance, no lasers and no Star Wars. And no Yoda impressions anymore, I promise. This report is thus a response to two urgent developments, changes in modern warfare and a structural shift in innovation dynamics. Modern warfare is changing and we have to learn the lessons, and it is increasingly characterized by rapid iteration, where innovation cycles are getting faster. This requires quick delivery, constant updates to software and hardware, and agile producers. Modern warfare is also revealing issues with cost asymmetry. Adversaries are using low-cost and expandable drones, while allies are using exquisite systems that cost 10 or even 100 times more than their targets. And we've learned that this morning as well, are in limited supplies, as we've talked about on our report on directed energy weapons. These rapid innovation cycles and cost asymmetry challenges demand flexibility from ministries of defense to acquire new cost-effective capabilities quickly. This requires flexible defense budgets, more collaboration between MODs and industry, and reducing regulatory barriers. The second major development is a structural shift in innovation. Essentially, who drives defense innovation today? Because in the traditional Cold War era, innovation had three defining elements. First, we had the military R&D that led technological development. Second, a few main defense players drove most innovation and production, our so-called primes. And third, governments were the primary source of R&D funding. If we are all using the internet today, it was mostly funded by DARPA. If we are all using GPS to find our way through Vilnius, it was funded through military budgets from governments. So this was the Cold War era model. And these dynamics have all changed in the recent years. Now it is the civilian and commercial technology ecosystems that drive defense innovation. Today, there are far more defense technology players with dual use and defense technology startups and SMEs booming across the alliance. And lastly, today, private sector investments account for nearly 3/4 of global research and development budgets. So we saw this shift firsthand during our recent visit to Estonia and Finland, where we met innovative firms. Some were only about a decade old. And they already deliver capabilities to Ukraine, from satellite imaging to drones, to other material. Some began with civilian applications, and some mentioned barriers to scaling, such as access to capital. These new dynamics and industry players present immense opportunities, but also mean that current policies and financial instruments are often ill-suited to these new realities. Our initial report outline tries to highlight many of the barriers that defense technology companies face in becoming bankable, scalable, and viable. These barriers mean companies often run out of money between developing a prototype, securing a government contract, and delivering on it. And I would dare to say, getting paid for what they delivered. Because we all know that governments have a tendency to not be the most rapid payers when it comes to invoices. So as a result, the alliance is missing out on innovative technologies and capabilities that enhance our deterrence and defense posture. Taken together, these two developments, a shift towards speed, scale, and cost effectiveness in modern warfare, and a transformed innovation ecosystem, make the challenge clear. We must adapt our regulations, procurement, and more tricky, culture to keep pace. Our expert speaker today works closely with dual-use and defense technology firms across the alliance, so I really hope he can shed some light on how we as legislators, who very often don't come from the private sector or are not active in the private sector anymore, can bridge that chasm between public procurement and private innovation. It is a new model, a model that we are all discovering together and that we need to adapt to be able to deter and defend ourselves. So John Rich is the Chief Adoption Officer of the NATO Innovation Fund, NIF as we call it, and he will share how we can help companies develop and scale their innovations and ensure the alliance has access to the technologies and capabilities necessary for modern warfare. John, I'll let you take it from here.
Distinguished parliamentarians, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And first, I'd like to commend those introductory remarks because I think they set out the challenges we face remarkably clearly. What I'd like to do now is to explore some of those themes in a little bit more detail and then offer some practical recommendations that may help guide policymakers. But before looking ahead, I'd rather like to look backwards. I'd like to look back to the 1980s and perhaps the high watermark of defence innovation under the previous paradigm. And it was a programme known as Assault Breaker. An Assault Breaker was conceived as a way to counter Soviet armoured formations without immediately escalating to nuclear warfare. And the concept was to identify, target and strike the second and third echelons of Soviet forces before they could reach the battlefield. That concept drove extraordinary innovation. Air and space-based intelligence collection, rapid data fusion and analysis, precision strike using long-range munitions and guided weapons. In fact, many of the capabilities that underpin Western military advantage today trace their origins back to that effort. But there is a crucial difference between then and now. The technologies that enabled Assault Breaker were directed, developed, and funded by governments. Whereas today, many of the enabling technologies that matter to us most are instead led by the private sector. In space, we're potentially on the verge of the largest initial public offering in history through SpaceX, a company that has fundamentally reshaped launch and space-enabled communications. In information technology, we're witnessing the explosive growth of artificial intelligence. The foundations might have been laid by government research programs, but that frontier is being driven by companies such as Anthropic, OpenAI, and Google. This democratization of technology has profound implications. There was a time when militaries could sustain a technology advantage for decades: stealth aircraft, satellite intelligence, precision-guided munitions. Today, that advantage may last months. And increasingly, technological superiority comes not from what you field on day one, but from how quickly you can adapt. And there is a fundamental challenge here. You can stockpile ammunition, you can stockpile fuel, but you cannot stockpile agility, which means that industrial capacity and adaptability become just as important as inventories. The second challenge I'll pick up on that was mentioned earlier is asymmetry. And recent conflicts have reminded us how devastating economic asymmetry can be. We saw it with the improvised explosive devices in Iraq and Afghanistan, where our adversaries imposed enormous human and financial costs using very simple technologies. And we see it today in the Gulf with one-way attack drones. But this is not a new lesson. Long conflicts are often won, at least in part, through economics. And if it costs you 10 times more to defend yourself than it costs your adversary to attack you, eventually you run out of money. These two changes, this democratization of technology and the resurgence of economic asymmetry, has created a growing mismatch between the defense industrial model we have and the one we need. The model we have is characterized by specialist suppliers, long lead times, inflexible acquisition processes, and detailed spending plans stretching years into the future. The model we need is characterized by agility, scalable manufacturing, rapid technology refresh, and financing structures that support continuous adaptation. And if we do not make that transition, we will continue to stockpile obsolescence. We will field capabilities that can be rapidly countered, and will struggle to increase production when a conflict begins. And because our adversaries understand this, they may become less deterred from taking risks. Which brings me to a really important point. We often think about deterrence in terms of hard military capability. How many aircraft, how many ships, how many brigades? But deterrence is about credibility. An adversary does not simply ask whether NATO can fight, it asks whether NATO can sustain that fight, replace the losses, and adapt when technology changes. Can NATO mobilize its industrial base faster than they can? In many respects, what we're discussing today is therefore not an innovation problem, it's a deterrence problem. Because if our adversaries conclude that we cannot sustain a campaign, then they may judge the balance of power to be more favourable than it really is. So before going any further, I must acknowledge the excellent work undertaken by NATO headquarters and allied governments through the Rapid Adoption Action Plan. It provides a clear roadmap for improving access to emerging and disruptive technologies, but it is equally clear that there remains a significant implementation challenge. There is sometimes a tendency to view innovation as something that happens in laboratories, universities, and venture capital funds, but innovation ecosystems are ultimately shaped by policy choices. Legislators determine the procurement frameworks within which ministries operate. They decide how defence budgets are structured, and they set the level of risk public institutions are allowed to take. In other words, many of the barriers confronting innovative defence companies today are not technology barriers, they are policy ones. And arguably the real barrier to capital is not investor appetite, it is customer behaviour. So let me offer 4 areas where policy can help close this gap. These are my 4 C's. Capability, cost, competition, and capital. The first is capability as a service. We need to move from a strategy focused primarily on building and managing arsenals to one that increasingly procures capability as a service. We still need platforms, munitions, and equipment for training and readiness. That will not change, but we must also think about how we scale from thousands of systems in peacetime to millions in wartime. We cannot do that simply by filling warehouses with this year's technology. Instead, we need business models that create latent industrial capacity. And I'm not advocating for defence by subscription, but I am arguing that industrial capacity is a strategic asset and should be funded as such. And that means contracting differently, maintaining training feats that evolve continuously, contracting for surge production, and paying for readiness and scalability. And that means budgeting differently. Instead of budgeting exclusively for physical assets, we must increasingly budget for latent capacity. That will require new approaches to parliamentary oversight, defence planning, and budget approval. It will also require a degree of flexibility that many defence budgeting systems currently struggle to accommodate. For decades, we've become accustomed to specifying in detail what we intend to buy many years into the future. That model worked when technology moved relatively slowly. But it is becoming increasingly difficult when software, autonomy, and artificial intelligence can change operational effectiveness within months. My second C is picking up on cost asymmetry again. We must make cost asymmetry a central feature of force design. We cannot continue shooting down $10,000 drones with $1 million interceptors, nor can we afford to lose $1 million platforms to systems that cost a fraction of the price. We need to get on the right side of these equations. And that requires a different, broader industry base. Our traditional defence primes are optimised to deliver exceptional performance at the cutting edge of technology, and that remains essential in some areas. But we also need companies optimised for scale, manufacturing efficiency, and rapid adaptation. Many of these firms operate dual-use business models, and a dual-use strategy benefits both sides. Companies benefit from commercial markets that reduce dependence on government contracts, and defence gains access to technologies and supply chains that are already being funded and scaled by commercial demand. That does not mean doing defence on the cheap. We will continue to require sophisticated platforms and strategic capabilities, and recent operations have demonstrated that some military effects still require exquisite capabilities. But it does mean ensuring that we do not lose because we exhaust our resources in a prolonged campaign. And if we accept that economic endurance matters, then cost asymmetry must be a planning assumption rather than an afterthought. That brings me to my third C, competition. The only way we unlock the potential of new entrants is by creating a genuinely level playing field. Today, the system remains heavily tilted towards the incumbents, not because anyone intended it, but because that's how our institutions evolved. For a startup or scale-up, securing a meaningful contract through defence remains extraordinarily difficult. Security clearances, access to testing facilities, government track records, complex procurement processes, even understanding the demand signal, all create barriers. We therefore need to continue to reform defence procurement. First, defining problems rather than solutions, telling industry what challenge must be solved rather than specifying how to solve it. Second, lowering barriers to entry, using security requirements proportionately, expanding access to testing and evaluation facilities, accepting sensible commercial risk. Third, running real competitions rather than essay writing competitions, asking companies to demonstrate capability, not describe it. Create demanding challenge-based competitions, down-selecting based on evidence. And ensuring that there's a real production contract at the end, not another prototype contract. Ideally, the challenge itself should evolve during the competition, because that's exactly what happens in conflict. The battlefield doesn't stand still, and neither should our acquisition processes. And I want to be very clear, this is not an argument against defence primes. Defence primes are optimised for the industrial age model we created. Startups are optimised for the emerging model, and we need both. The objective should not be to replace one with the other. It should be to create a system in which both can contribute their strengths. My fourth and final C is capital. And to make all of this work, we need to think about the entire capital stack, from grants and non-dilutive funding to venture capital, growth capital, debt, private equity, and ultimately the public markets. There is not one valley of death. There are several, and each requires a different bridge. Each one of the pieces of the capital stack is that bridge, and the quality of that stack varies considerably across the alliance. For early stage funding, Diana is providing a critical role through its accelerator programs linked to long dilutive capital and access to testing infrastructure. Early stage venture has improved dramatically across Europe, with the NIF playing an important part in catalysing that growth and explaining the value of venturing into defence, security and resilience to investors. But significant challenges remain. Growth stage capital remains scarce outside the US, debt remains difficult to access, and some defence companies are still being denied banking services altogether. Many allied countries, the ecosystem remains underdeveloped. And I want to say something here about the smaller allies. Not every country can create a defence innovation system at the scale of the United States, build a large defence industrial base, or develop deep pools of venture capital. But that does not mean that they're excluded from this transformation. One of the alliance's great strengths is that capability does not need to be generated entirely at a national level. Parliamentarians should think not only about the national ecosystems, but also about the alliance ones. Can testing facilities be shared? Can procurement demand be aggregated? Can security clearances become more interoperable? Can NATO and European instruments be used to provide scale that national markets cannot? For many allies, the most effective innovation strategy may not be to build everything themselves. It may be to become exceptionally well connected to the wider alliance innovation ecosystem. And that's why initiatives such as Diana, the NATO Innovation Fund, and emerging multinational procurement mechanisms through NSPA can play a particularly important role. So what can policymakers do? The single most important step is ensuring that ministries of defence become better customers. Because real contracts solve many capital problems automatically. They unlock growth stage investment. They reduce risk for lenders. And real contracts help prevent speculative bubbles from replacing genuine industrial growth. That means continuing efforts to reform procurement laws, supporting challenge-based acquisition models, creating rapid acquisition authorities, funding innovation ranges, streamlining security clearances, and supporting coalition procurement mechanisms. There's also a role for initiatives that strengthen the capital stack itself, including specialist financial institutions and mechanisms that improve access to debt financing. In closing, we've witnessed a profound shift in who develops transformational technologies. We've also rediscovered the importance of economic sustainability in warfare. Yet many of our institutions remain designed for a different era. For much of the post-Cold War period, we assumed that technological superiority would compensate for institutional inertia. Today, I believe the opposite risk is emerging. Our technology is advancing at an extraordinary speed, and our institutions are not. The challenge before us is therefore not whether innovative technology exists, it does. The challenge is not whether private capital is interested in defence, because increasingly it is. The challenge is whether our acquisition systems, budgeting processes and industrial policies are capable of converting innovation into military capability at the speed required by modern conflict. Because ultimately, the side that wins the next major conflict may not be the side with the most advanced technology. It may be the side that can adapt, finance, produce and replace technology faster than its adversary. The encouraging news is the alliance already possesses many of the ingredients required to succeed: dynamic private capital, world-leading technology companies, open societies, strong universities, deep industrial expertise. Our task is not to create those advantages, it's simply not to get in their way. Thank you.
So trying not to get in their way. So that's the concluding remarks. Sven, I leave you the floor for the first question.
Thank you, Vincent, and thank you, John, for the presentation. I really wasn't sure where you would go with the presentation when you started, and it's always challenging as a policymaker to listen to people that work at the intersection between policy and private sector, because there is always a risk of sounding either too policy wonky or too private sector ignorant of how difficult it is to achieve policy that actually works for the private sector. So I think it was a really refreshing talk that you gave, and for me it was always surrounded by that question: how quickly can you adapt? How quickly can we as an alliance adapt to new threats? When we were walking over here, you mentioned, are we getting the right lessons from Ukraine? By having that situation of where we see how quickly stuff becomes obsolete in Ukraine, and at the same time, all of our MODs are still buying stuff like 20 years ago. We're still happy to have the nicest, newest tank, the biggest artillery gun or whatever, but at the end, how quickly can we adapt? 2 years ago in Dayton, I mentioned as a joke the software-defined tank. I'm wondering if we are not closer to that reality now, 2 years later, than we ever were. So how quickly can we adapt is, you gave some answers. I would ask, do you think that we are currently adapting fast enough or not?
No, definitely not. But I don't underestimate how hard it is. And sort of distilling down all of those things, if you just got to the point, so this bit around capability as a service is incredibly important. And when you get into a war, all the brakes get released and you're allowed to think about and fund things in a different way. And I saw that in the campaigns I was involved with in Afghanistan and Kosovo and Bosnia and elsewhere. At the heart of this, though, you're basically going to ask an organisation that has historically worked on CapEx to stop doing CapEx and do OpEx. Well, that's really difficult because all of the processes, all of the culture and the behaviours have been built up around operating in a particular way, this idea of building stockpiles. And unfortunately, what we're seeing in Ukraine is that outside some very specific things, like you're probably going to need to stockpile the warhead element, the munition element of it. The 155s and various others. But outside that, an awful lot of your requirement is going to have to evolve incredibly quickly, and you can't stockpile it. But to get a system to say, hey, historically I've got capital spend and the way I budget for it and the way I can borrow against my national budget, it's all of those things is built around CapEx. And we're now saying, no, it's kind of an OpEx expenditure now. That's going to take a lot of work to navigate through the policies and things. I would just much rather we did it now than when we are in a fight and it's too late.
Thank you. We'll take questions from the floor. Please do not hesitate to identify yourself if you want to raise a question. And we start with 2 questions from UK. First, Stuart Anderson.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation, John. And you mentioned Anthropic. So traditionally, we looked at innovators were normally disruptors with new technology came to the market. When it was a SaaS model, that was quite a simple way of looking at it. Anthropic is potentially changing and disrupting the whole technology sphere at the moment. And I believe we're only just on the early stage of that. You want to obviously invest. How big a concern is it that you're investing in something that will be there for the future and isn't going to be updated in, say, 6-12 months or outdated, should I say, by something like Anthropic or several of the others?
Yeah, so I'll answer that in a slightly roundabout way, but I think it does answer the question still, rather than on the specifics of Anthropic. So as a fund, we've looked at what's going on in Ukraine and looked at the effectiveness where 2 years ago, 90% of the casualties were caused by artillery. Now, 90% of the casualties are caused by drones of one description, most of them quadcopter drones. And so we then said, okay, so what do we do about investing in quadcopter drones, given that there's all of these drones out there, multiple manufacturers, and the market is moving so quickly that the thing that's the best now in 3 weeks' time is no longer the best. And we decided so far we have not invested in a generic drone capability. What we've said instead is that there will be some foundation technologies which are common to all of those things, and there are then probably some manufacturing techniques which will underpin those foundation technologies. So it's kind of like the gold rush thing, invest in the picks and shovels rather than necessarily the final product at the end. So we're looking for some of our investments, for example, in Fractile. Fractile is a novel compute company that is building inference chips. And those inference chips can then power whoever the winner is, whether it's Anthropic or OpenAI or Google, or it doesn't matter who. So that's an underlying technology where we feel it kind of doesn't matter who wins, they become a critical part of the stack. And that's how we tend to approach those problems, rather than try and chase the particular shiny thing as it is on that day.
Okay, thank you. A second question from the UK by Lord Beamish.
Thank you. Can I thank very much for your presentation? I don't disagree with your analysis, but what about when it hits reality within, for example, the Ministry of Defence? Having been a minister there, and I accept things like urgent operation requirements, put equipment into the field very quickly. But then you had a situation where once they've been accepted in, there was a tendency then to have to evaluate them afterwards and how you integrated them into existing stocks. So even though they were procured very quickly, I think, for example, on my watch was it mini machine gun, I remember, which was done very quickly, very effective. But then the MOD went into an entire process of evaluation for it. It took months before it actually agreed, years before it actually got agreed into the... So how can we be more agile on that? And also, how do you actually stop the... I used to call it the looking for the unicorn, that you're always looking for the perfect piece of kit, which is much, not just a political issue, but as much a problem amongst senior military personnel in all 3 services in the UK. How do you stop that rather than getting something that's 80% or perhaps less but can actually do a job now? How do you actually get over that? And just finally, you touched on the issue around capital. A lot of these innovations, as you said, are going to be not produced by primes. They're going to be small enterprises, 2 or 3 man bands in some cases. They have a particular problem of getting, not into the innovation, but capital to actually not just scale it, but then actually ensure that you can get it into production. How do you actually get that security in place? We went to the committee, I think, 5 years ago to California, looking at the tech industry there, and it was quite clear that the funding model there is funders were quite happy out of 10 investments to get 1 successful product out of it or investment out of it. That type of risk and failure is not a culture which is, I think, certainly in the UK isn't there. How do we accept that failure sometimes is not a bad thing?
So I think the answer to your first questions is very, I think I can answer it in one set of things. The first is that I think some of the integration challenges we used to face get easier because of the way technology is developed. So if we look at take Ukraine, for example, where they're pulling together sensors from all open source intelligence, satellite imagery, all sorts of sensor feeds, pulling them into a targeting mechanism, and then pushing that out to artillery, to drones, whereas that's all done on a platform called Delta. And because of the way that you can now use APIs to take data from pretty much anything, pull it into a platform, and then push it out to an effector, I think many of those integration challenges are technologically much easier than they were 5 or 10 years ago. So that's the first bit. The second bit is that unlike USURs, what we should be doing is getting the end user to co-develop that product. So the successful projects we've seen in Ukraine, from a UK perspective, have been where we've deployed a capability on day one, and we then have a model where the technician and the tactician are next to each other. And so 4 of our companies are out in Ukraine at the moment. They have a forward presence, sometimes a long, long way forward, because they need to be sat on the shoulder of that operator and constantly upgrading it. And I think if you build the capabilities collaboratively like that, then your integration challenge is much, much less than if you're just handed something and told to get on with it. And then the third bit, being slightly controversial, is we've over-fetishized this idea of integration. It's become this sort of thing which drives everything. Sometimes good enough is good enough. And that kind of brings me to the last bit on capital. I think there is enough early stage venture capital in most bits of Europe where there are investors who are prepared to make a punt in that kind of seed stage to put money into these companies. The reason that we're not seeing that flush all the way through the stack, and there are US investors, and if you look at the cap tables of most of the major sort of neo-primes in Europe at the moment, they're US investors who are bringing in the 100 million rounds that are coming in there. The reason that we've not seen that in Europe, I think there is a cultural challenge, and we were talking about this earlier, with where investors put money in Europe. There is also the fact that I think quite reasonably some of the sensible late-stage investors are saying, I want to see the contracts before I start piling in tens or hundreds of millions of pounds into these companies. And with the rare exception of Germany, who I would hold up as a kind of beacon of hope on this, who put 200 million plus euros into both Stark and Helsing, we have not seen any major contracts to the neo-primes yet. And that's what unlocks it. So to a certain extent, I don't talk about SMEs, I consciously don't talk, because I think it's quite an unhelpful characterization to use size. I think the difference is between the business model. Are you taking risk capital from the private sector to grow, or are you taking government R&D? That's the differentiator. Until we see more contracts going to companies that are built taking risk capital, I think the late stage investors will probably hold their nerve for a bit.
Thank you very much. We have, I believe, one more question by Sven.
Yes, actually 2 questions. And the second question just came to me when you mentioned the risk capital versus grants form of launching a company, because part of what we learned yesterday in the workshop was that we have multiple valleys of death. We have the research to idea phase, we have the idea to prototype phase, prototype to first sale, and then first sale to scale, which is essentially demands different types of investors, different types of capital, different types of cultural fit to be able to navigate those valleys and climb out on the other side. So the first question would have been, in what you see, and you alluded to it to a certain extent, do you think that there's enough available capital in each of those valleys to lift the boats and get us out of the valley? Sorry, I'm really running out of allusions. Yeah. The second one is, how do you see it with the founder to government fit? we often talk about product market fit, but what do you see about founders that make it in government contracts? Because that, I think, makes a big difference whether you are able to navigate that from researcher, having a bright idea, being very brilliant in your field, to selling to a bureaucrat in a windowless office on the military base, and maybe even having to deploy to closer to the front line to actually sell. Is there a certain type of founder government fit that you are looking for? And the third, because you mentioned it, was the risk capital versus grant. What I mentioned about the different valleys, it often starts with grant money and then evolves into risk capital. SpaceX is a good example. Do you think we need to be fast and more agile in giving out government contracts on contingency, formulating a goal, and then letting multiple companies run against it, acknowledging at the same time that half or a third of the money will be gone anyway? A bit what the US did with SpaceX, Blue Origin, and the third one that already got bankrupted.
Got it. So the first one on the capital stack, I think there is enough grant money. So that there are various pots of it. They're sometimes quite hard to navigate, but there appears to be enough in there. I think we're nearly at the stage where early stage venture, so kind of pre-seed to A, feels like it's operating reasonably well in some parts of Europe, not all, but some. Late stage capital, definitely a weakness, and that's not because there isn't the money. So if you look at the family offices across Europe, there is tons of money. Their challenge is both sometimes where they're putting money into funds, they are still quite backwards leaning, and we talked a little bit about ESG, and it's something we've not covered here. So some of the constraints, whether perceived or real, around ESG investing, I think have made it difficult for some of those larger, like pension funds and others, to get in there. So that's, the money is there, but I think it needs to be unlocked rather than kind of found. Debt is there, but too expensive. And we talked again over lunch about the DSR bank and how that's one approach you might take to getting a better rates of interest on the debt that they get. The bits which I think I don't know is the answer to at the moment is one on private equity, and I've had a number of conversations with PE companies. It will be really interesting to see how they play into this. But the market feels a little bit immature for them at the moment, but there are some obvious opportunities around rolling up a series of very good startups into a thing that then becomes a neoprime. I'd be surprised if we don't see that happening. And then the really, really interesting one is then the IPO market. So even the US hasn't really worked out how that plays yet. We will probably see some of the major, like the really big neoprimes in the US IPO probably in the next couple of years. I think some of the valuations are quite eye-watering on those at the moment. But again, that IPO, which is a critical piece of making the stack work, because that's what venture relies on. It needs an exit, otherwise the venture model doesn't work. I don't know where that's going to go, and I'd love to know more about it. So that's my first question. On the second, around good founder government fit, I've not met a single founder who is like the perfect fit, but I have met some really good founder teams where you have a really smart technologist. Often, if you look at Arcs Robotics, the two founders there are unusual because they're both technologists and former military. And that's, again, what we've seen in Israel, where you've got this move of very smart people out of the military who are already technologists. That builds a very vibrant technology ecosystem. So you get that kind of user understanding. Unfortunately, at the moment, the teams that are doing really well also have to spend a lot of money on lobbyists. I would rather that weren't the case, but getting access to senior decision makers is really, really difficult, irrespective of how clever or kind of realistic you are. And then the final bit, in terms of sort of running multiple contracts, it's definitely a model that works, and we've seen the UK do it through TF Kindred, where they will run a series of often quite valuable contracts through to a down selection. I've also had a conversation with NSPA who have introduced a model where you can run a competition and have 3 companies that come across the bar, and then you push it out to nations to say, hey, any of those three have qualified, they're good enough, it's over to you to decide which to buy for, so that you kind of spread the love around a number of companies. So I think it is entirely doable.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think we have, oh yes, we have one more question from the European Parliament. If other wants also to ask a question, please identify yourself, but I leave you the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, our guest. This is MEP Kyllönen from European Parliament and from Finland. I have two questions. Should NATO allies think more strategically about maintaining defense industrial capabilities inside allied countries instead of focusing primarily on low-cost procurement? And this is a dream question to our guests. If you could change one thing tomorrow across all NATO member states to accelerate innovation adoption, what would it be? Thank you.
Could you, on the first one, I'm not sure I fully understood the first question.
It's the idea that, do you think that NATO allies think more strategically about maintaining defense industrial capabilities inside allied countries instead of focusing primarily on low-cost procurement?
I see what you mean. Yeah, so this is the other bit. So when I get asked about areas that the fund should invest in, and I'm not on the investment side, but obviously I talk a lot to the investors, the bit that feels like the missing piece of our portfolio is on what the new industrial base looks like. So I 100% agree. If we're smart about it, we've got some of the ingredients there. We've got lots of manufacturing capability. We've got lots of additive manufacturing capability. But we've not managed to kind of pull that whole thing together. There are some very smart startups out there starting to do things like leasing slices of manufacturing capability in unused automotive plants and then effectively then selling that to defense suppliers. So I think there's a really interesting play around how we build that industrial base, because it comes back to that challenge of it's not always going to be on. So when it's not on, what do you do with it? Is it part of it's a kind of sewing machine factories making Spitfires in World War II. I want to find what the 21st century equivalent of that is, and I'm not sure, but I think that would be part of the answer to your first question. The second one I think is relatively simple. It's around just make this a level playing field, because at the end of the day, I have to have faith that we will get our requirements right and we will ask for the right things. I really hope we do. And at some point, we will get beyond just buying the same old stuff. At that point, once we've decided what we want to buy, we just then want the best thing to win. And it shouldn't matter to a certain extent whether it comes out of France, the UK, Lithuania, wherever, the best thing should win. What we're starting to see as well, kind of bringing those 2 points together, is the really smart companies are saying, don't worry about where my topco is domiciled. I'm producing the best drone, I don't know, ship, whatever. I will put manufacturing capability in your country. If you want to buy my product, I'll build a factory. I'll sustain your supply chains. You'll get the employment that comes from that. And I would like to see that happen more across Europe, which is where we're working cross-border so that we're taking the best ideas wherever they are, and then they are then being manufactured in the countries themselves. And that sort of, I think, brings both of those two things together.
But so the answer to the second question was, what would the single thing that you would do among NATO countries would be?
Level the playing field. So it should be the best thing that wins.
Okay. We have one more question from Iceland, from Fridbertsson. Yes.
Yes, thank you. I just got a little bit interested about the industrial base. My worries have been for a long time that we are losing it in Europe, and concerning, of course, energy and things like that, to support the industrial base. But about the metals and the raw earth material and all that, that is probably, I think, is a very serious area that we have been losing. And even the NATO countries and the European Union can't work it out together to make those metals. So if they can't do it, then it will be very difficult for the area to think it over about all these, smelters and all the silicon and everything that is made, and then these problems with the raw earth materials. I just came to mind when we were talking about the industrial base and we started to discuss it here. If you can just elaborate a little bit on that.
Yeah, so we're seeing quite reasonably a lot of the defense customers in particular saying, I'm now not comfortable having masses of Chinese components integrated into the systems that I'm buying. I think that's a reasonable position to take. So there's a number of things that can be done. The first is, if people really believe that, there are sometimes, not always, but there are sometimes sovereign capabilities that mirror those, but they cost more. So it's a sort of test of how much do you care. Are you prepared to spend 5 times as much on the batteries that go into your drone to make sure that they don't contain Chinese components? And if you are, that's one way of doing it. And over time, if everyone does that, you get the economies of scale and the prices come down. So the first bit is, if people, and I think they should, if people care enough about it, they should be prepared to pay for sovereignty in their platforms. The second is that there are some really interesting companies out there trying to find alternative ways, whether it's through novel materials which mirror. There are some really interesting extraction techniques, and we've spoken to a number of companies around this. It's not going to solve it in the next 2 or 3 years, but I think there is some hope that some of those pinch points in the supply chain are rectified. But it's really hard. Yeah, I absolutely accept that it's very, very difficult if you drill down through the various layers of the supply chain, and certainly when you get down to the raw materials and the rare earths, it's very difficult to completely insulate yourself from, particularly from China.
Okay, thank you again, and I believe this is now about time to conclude. So I suggest that we thank again both Sven Clément and Mr. Rich for their work and contribution. And as for the other 2 reports, so this will be a revised report that will be adopted at the annual session in Berlin this November. I have a few closing remarks, but before we close, does anyone wish to raise any additional issue before we conclude? I don't see anyone asking for the floor, so let's see. This is, oh, you have one, please.
Just one little housekeeping ahead of Berlin. So over the summer and leading up to Berlin, us directors, along with chairs and officers in the committee, we've been asked to review the terms of references of all the committees in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. So for the STC, this means that we will be coming to you in Berlin with a review of kind of the topics we cover, potentially name changes for the committee and the subcommittee. So if you're interested in being involved in that work, or if you have any ideas, please come find me or Jaylee or Isabella, a researcher, with any ideas that you might have that would make our work more relevant for you as legislators. So yeah, please come to me with any ideas you might have, or find Vincent or any of our officers around. Thank you.
Thank you, Brynja. And there are a few other people to express our gratitude to. First, of course, the Lithuanian delegation for organizing this spring session. Special thanks to our speakers, also our 3 rapporteurs, and Sven did twice, so two times rapporteur. I'd like also to thank our interpreters that are behind the screens over there, and of course a big thank to our director Brynja Oskarsdottir. Our committee, you may not all know who our committee coordinator is. Jaylee, can you identify yourself? Jenny Richen, and our committee research. Sure, also maybe you can identify Isabel is over there, Kathleen, and all their colleagues at the International Secretariat. Our next meeting will be, as already said, in Berlin during the annual session, which will take place between November 21 and 23. And I'm looking forward to see you all there. Thank you for attending this committee meeting. Thank you very much.